We have had an absolute insane day of robot carnage, but now you see we are swapping out the floors and cleaning up the cages. It is time for the finals. Hello and welcome to the September edition of the National Havoc Robot League. This is beautiful Norwalk, Connecticut. We have been fighting robots all day. It is time for prime time right here at the House of Havoc. Here you see a beautiful shot of the pits. This is the prime time pits. Everybody is ready to go to see how far they can go in these quarterfinal rounds. The best of the best standing by. My name is Kyle Kroos. Sitting with me is Sam Hansen. Sam, how you doing today, buddy?
Kyle, I'm doing so well. We've had some amazing fights this morning, and I am stoked to have a bunch more.
Absolutely. We have a bunch of insane fights that we've had all day. Let's look at some highlights right now of what has already happened.
Yes.
Today we brought you fire. Today we brought you explosions, massive hits, batteries going completely inverted and exploding, wheels, belts. I mean, it's everything you could possibly ask for. There's a lighting fixture just ripped off the ceiling.
I'd say if there's a part you can attach to a robot, you just might find it on the floor of our cages today.
Absolutely. We've even got Mr. Roper. What's he doing? He's catching on fire. Drones, where mini-bots are getting thrown at the drones. I mean, like, it was insane. We're now down to the best of the best in today's tournament. They are trying to qualify for the World Championships at the end of this year. In the 3-pound division, everybody needs to qualify. So there you see what's left of the pits. Let's check out Havoc 101 right now.
All right, we've got 3 weight classes, 3 12 and 30 pounds fighting in a single elimination tournament. The objective, knock out your opponent in 3 minutes. If no knockout or tap out occurs, the judges decide the winner. We've got house bots in every cage for 1 unstick per bot per match, and the top 4 qualify for World Championships.
Absolutely. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about that must-win 3-pound bracket. Everyone in this bracket has yet to qualify for the World Championships. So we have Basics going up against Dimachaerus. We got Knuckle Sandwich going up against Turbo Fiend, Mako and Endpoint, and Silent Spring versus Prince down at the bottom of the bracket. This is, by the way, Silent Spring's last chance to qualify for the World Championships. Let's go to Chris up in the pits.
Hey guys, like you said, it is a very simple story up here for the 3 pounds. There's 8 bots. There are 4 spots to make it to the World Championships. But a couple of interesting stories that are playing out. Just like you said, Jameson Go with his last chance to qualify. Silent Spring, all or nothing. He's got to go at least almost all the way to qualify to get to the World Championships. Another great story shaping up here. We have Turbo Fiend and Mako, the Papazian siblings, brother and sister, that could potentially face off in the final match tonight in the 3-pound division. We might get a sibling rivalry like we haven't seen before. That'd be awesome to see play out. I'll keep you guys up to date on what's going on up here. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Chris, for keeping us up to date on all the information in the pits throughout this final event. So let's go to the 12-pound bracket and have a see what we've got here right at the top of the bracket. So first of all, 2 of these robots have already qualified. That's Blue Marlin and Carmen. The remaining 4 spots are going to be taken by 4 of these 6 remaining robots in the other bracket. So we got Maximizer versus Creature, Buzzkill versus Nightcrawler, Torrent versus Blue Marlin, and Carmen versus Hooligan. Now, what happens if Blue Marlin or Carmen wins this bracket?
Well, they're not going to double qualify for the World Champ, so another robot from this bracket would be qualifying based on rank.
That's right. All right, so let's go to our friend Lindsay, cage side.
Thank you so much, Kyle. So something that I want to really highlight in the 12-pound bracket is Jake Hoffman from Ohio, the driver, builder, captain of Maximizer. Maximizer is the #1 ranked 12-pound in NHRL this year and has not qualified yet. And this may be his last chance because we don't know if he is going to qualify for the competition next month in October. So this might be his last chance. It's do or die, and he is so hungry to qualify. We're going to see a lot of big emotions either way. But nipping at his heels is Pete Covert and Nightcrawler, who has had a phenomenal day today, extremely destructive, roofed a robot. So I'm really excited to see what happens here. There might be some surprises, and I'm here for it. So I'm going to bring you those stories as it happens.
All right, calling all Autobots and Decepticons. The legendary battle continues in Transformers 1. Join Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the entire Cybertronian universe in an epic origin story you've never seen before. Gear up for heart-pounding action, stunning visuals, and the battle to save Cybertron. Transformers 1 is hitting theaters on September 20th. I gotta tell you, I'm excited about that movie. All right, so let's go ahead and talk about the 30-pound bracket. This has been the most stacked 30-pound division we have ever had at this tournament. So right here, you can see right at the top, 2 robots that have already qualified. Megatron and Kazaa Lite. They're ready to go. They're already in the World Championships. They're just here for the glory, the dumpsters, and the money. Warhard and Hurricane are next in the bracket. You have Red Storm versus Yahoo, Synthesis 30, and Chicken all vying for a spot at the World Championships in December.
What a bracket, Kyle. These folks have come from all over to Norwalk, Connecticut, and it's all down to this.
I am so excited, and you're right. So many people traveling from afar in that bracket specifically. It is going to be absolutely insane. There is not a bot in there that isn't a heavy hitter.
Yeah.
All right, so one of the things that I'm really excited about in that 30-pound division specifically is seeing how that Megatron matchup at the top of the day is going to go for them. If Megatron can make it to the end, that is a possibility of Jameson Go winning his 13th dumpster at this competition. And by the way, Megatron typically does increasingly well at these competitions. There's a new version of it here. But yeah, Jameson Go, 13-time possible dumpster winner, currently 12-time.
You can buy a car with that winning money.
I mean, it is absolutely insane to think about. We absolutely love to have him at these competitions. The 30-pound bracket is stacked, though, so he has quite a battle to go through. So Warhard XXL, I think, is the dark horse of this tournament. Jonathan Juarez has come in with that bot and just bodied people all day
Brutal hits,
long.
so loud, so gnarly.
One of the people that he's bodied today, by the way, Chicken, brought in by Hal Rucker, completely tacoed that weapon blade.
Both sides bent up.
Absolutely impressive. The fact that Chicken is still in this bracket and still functioning is amazing. A real testament to Hal Rucker's abilities as a builder. I am so excited to see these bots competing today.
Absolutely. But Kyle, let's check with Adam and Ricky in our play-by-play booth.
Hey there, Sam. Thanks so much, and hello to all the robot fans at home. We are here in the all-new play-by-play booth here at NHRL. Of course, I'm Ricky Willems, and this is Adam Wrigley. We will be giving you the best play-by-play action that we possibly can, diving into the insights on every fight. Not every fight, but every you know, really juicy tidbit that we can dive into. Are you excited for this? Because I am.
I mean, I'm excited. We've got every camera angle, every view, every way to look at the fights. So we're not going to miss when that belt comes off, when that weapon goes down. We can see everything in here. It's awesome. We're pumped to be here. We're pumped to be bringing this to you. This is a stacked lineup, as everyone's been saying, and we've got the best tech behind us ready to announce this.
Yeah, it is space-age technology here, all to bring you better views of the fights, and we are excited. Let's go back to the desk. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, not just a stacked lineup for our robots, but in that play-by-play booth, there's a couple of golden dumpster winners.
That's absolutely right. 2 golden dumpster winners, 2 of the best of the best in this sport. I mean, it's really a pleasure to have the both of them here. But we are now loading into Cage 1. We're going to have our first 30-pound fight. of Prime Time. It's going to be Megatron versus Kazaa Lite. That's right, we're going to have a multi-time world champion in this weight class, as well as fire.
Yes.
Can't complain. That is a great way to start off Prime Time. Absolutely happy to see that. So Kazaa Lite has been having a fantastic day, setting people ablaze. It's a simple design.
Yeah.
I mean, it is hard armor,
Box of metal.
holds it together real well, and it shoots a ton of flame out the front. The problem is, it is now facing off against a bot that is designed to rip them apart. They're coming down on top with that hammer saw, and that is the lightest armored piece of pretty much any robot when you get into it, but especially when you have a big flat top like
That's
Kazaa
the key,
Lite,
Kyle.
it is a juicy target. So all right, let's go see Cage 1 and see the load-in. There you see Megatron on the right, Kazaa on the left, and let's go to our friends in the booth. And Red Storm will qualify for World Championships, regardless of the fight winner. That is absolutely amazing. All right, Ricky and Adam, to you.
Oh, thanks so much, guys. I am excited for this fight because who doesn't love fire?
And great news for Red Storm, qualifying either way.
Yeah, congratulations to Kevin. He's done a great job today. I think all of his fights have been incredibly well driven, as to be expected. But man, these two competitors, I know Jameson goes hungry for a win here, but Joshua Reinhardt coming in with 3 fire robots today.
And you know, this is an interesting matchup. Megatron, you know, has won a lot here, and to go up against them with any type of robot is difficult.
Right.
And
To go up with a fire robot is
a fire robot with not much of a ground game. I mean, it's low, but it's a wedge against. Yeah, well, we'll see.
So here's the hidden secret for Kazaa Lite. That robot is very well armored on top. Look at that.
Oh, is it well armored on the bottom?
I don't think so. Look at that fire.
I don't
is
know.
a
That's a
lot of
little bit too
fire.
much fire. I don't think the fire is supposed to be coming from there.
I'm sorry, I want to give you in-depth commentary, but my reptilian brain is just going, fireball, yes, good.
Kazaa Lite is an amazingly fun robot to watch, as is Megatron. Megatron with the treads now able to just get tremendous traction.
Yeah.
The ground game with those wedgelets running against the plywood here is unbeatable.
It's fantastic control potential in Megatron, and it's really on display here. Sure, it's not the best ground game wedge on the front of Kazaa Lite, but that is still a wedge that was just, it might as well not have been.
I mean, Kazaa Lite's been getting under people all day today. It is low. Megatron is just generally lower. Now, the thing about the unsticks here is that you get an unstick attempt. You are not guaranteed an unstick.
Oh, that is a strategy. Look at this interesting strategy from Floop.
Floop today has been taking a lot of interesting strategies with the unsticks. They don't always seem to be working, but I appreciate the creativity.
Yeah, points for originality, to be sure.
Megatron maybe going to try and help here. A little help from their opponent.
I can tell you right now how I would go about this, but right now I think Megatron is just angry. My goodness.
Well, I think that fight went the way a lot of us thought it would go. Megatron coming out with the fairly easy victory, but Kazaa Lite managed to withstand the hits that it took. It's in one piece. It just got stuck.
90% chance that robot could be buffed out. Maybe a couple
Look at that.
Unfortunate.
Oh, the timing. Sad.
Yeah, you do what you can when you can, but sometimes that's the way it is.
It's an unsticked attempt. You're not guaranteed an unstick. You're guaranteed 20 seconds of attempts.
Right. And generally speaking, in fact, we go to great lengths to ensure this. The robot operators who are handling the unsticks are just trying to keep the match going. You know, it's not that they have a favorite robot to aid or decide not to aid. Their goal is more robot carnage for all of our entertainment. So you don't have to worry so much on how hard or not hard the attempt is. Honestly, you're driving a big brick. It's never going to be a guarantee.
And that's part of the point, right? The unstick is, are you just stuck a little bit? Are you stuck on some debris? You're hanging on the corner. It'll get you off. If you're really stuck, you're stuck.
Yeah, you shouldn't have gotten stuck.
Yeah.
So we're going to head back to the desk and hear about the next fights coming up. Thank you, guys.
All right, let's watch a little bit of the replay of this. First of all, beautiful fire coming off of Kazaa. I mean, absolutely gorgeous. And then just smacking onto the bottom plate, but the weapon didn't get really spun up until right there. Yep.
Just like a few rotations in that entire fight for
Megatron.
Megatron.
And then this is the moment. This is the moment that all of us who know how Lexan caramelizes went, ugh, I don't like that.
Yes,
That's expensive.
Certainly cringing at that point.
Lexan's an expensive material, and when you burn it, it's not great. But that was an insane matchup. By the way, how was your reaction after we saw the successful unstick after the bell?
Yeah, a bit of a comedic timing on that one.
Oh my gosh. I mean, he was slamming that side panel for
Yeah,
like 8 times. Nothing
really.
happened. It wasn't moving at all.
I don't know if that's the method.
And then one time he slams it at the end, and it's like, oh, bloop, he's fine. He's down.
Yeah.
That was so sad.
So it goes.
So it goes.
That 30-pound kick plate is rough.
So that means the winner is Megatron. They will face either Warhard or Hurricane, depending on how that fight goes. Let's go to Chris up in the pits. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, I'm here. Hal Rucker, Combat Robotics royalty, and the royal family. The Rucker family. Here's Hannah Rucker, another face there. You're going to see more and more and more in this sport. You're here, you're in Norwalk, you've had a long day fighting verts, kind of back-to-back in a couple of cases. You're here, you're in the bracket, and you're up against a devastating vertical, Synthesis 30. Tell me, Hal, what is your plan going into the first round of the bracket?
Well, this is our first time here, so every robot is new to us. And unfortunately, every robot that we've met is really vicious. And I don't know that much about our next opponent, except that everyone's told me he's a killer.
Well, you have that same advantage because nobody else here has seen Chicken. Tell us just a little bit about Chicken and what makes it special.
Chicken's most unique feature is the center post is hollow and there's a ducted fan inside. So it creates suction between the robot and the floor, and that sticks us to the floor.
And you basically, you said to me, I think it was last night, that you have such a negative suction underneath this robot that it almost weighs double what it should, right?
Yeah, our 30-pounder weighs about 60 pounds because of the suction.
And that helps you deliver even that much more of a punch with this absolutely monstrous horizontal.
We hope so. Now, to fight a vertical, our strategy is going to be the same as usual. Go weapon to weapon and hope we win. We do have one advantage in that we have a mini-bot that Hannah's going to be driving. So we're going to try and get underneath him and get him gyrating a little bit, which would give me the opportunity to go in for the kill.
A family that fights together. Good luck, Hal.
Thank
Back
you.
to you guys.
Thank you.
All right, Hal Rucker, one of the most innovative and meticulous builders in this sport. I've always said he is your favorite builder's favorite builder. He is so talented. His internals on those robots are just a work of art.
Just so clean, meticulous.
One of the things that we have here, if you have the opportunity to buy a VIP ticket, in the VIP section is one of Hal's heavyweight robots, and we left the top off so you can see the CNCing and the machining inside of the, it's absolutely
so
gorgeous. I mean, the amount of planning that goes into his machines is incredible. And like from the outside, it just looks like a square with a weapon on it. Yeah. Once you get under the hood, you go, oh my goodness, this is so amazing.
Oh, all right. We were in cage one now where we've got Warhard and Hurricane.
Okay, so Warhard XXL from Jonathan Juarez. This machine showed up in another event, wasn't ready yet.
Yeah.
Such a disappointment because it looks like the Batmobile. This thing is absolutely insane. Now, on the other side, we have Tom Brewster here for the first time from the UK. And by the way, the winner of this matchup qualifies for the World Championships. That's right. When you already have 2 qualifying bots in your tournament, things get real wonky and you start qualifying people in the quarters. Tom Brewster, Absolutely amazing bot in Hurricane with that pivoting vertical spinner. He is an amazing driver, an amazing builder, and he is looking for redemption against Megatron after this fight if he can win.
All right, we've locked the doors. Let's head over to the play-by-play booth.
Well, I've been looking forward to this fight for a while. This is going to be really good. Warhard has been hitting very hard all day, and Hurricane, I really want to see it work.
Yeah, I mean, now is its moment. This is an incredibly well-built robot. We talked today a little bit about robot royalty in the United States. The folks who are bringing Hurricane to us are considerably well-renowned, worldwide as well. So
they've been doing pretty well for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. It's really amazing to see these robots cross the pond and see what a British robot does to hold up against American ingenuity. So here we go.
Bert versus Bert. Hurricane strong out of the gate. Weapon to weapon. Oh,
that is
flying.
An entire front wedge assembly off the front of Hurricane.
Oh, and
it
Hurricane
is now
is
face
stuck.
planted.
That is not where they wanted to be.
No, Warhard is not taking any chances and going in for an immediate brutal hit on its disabled opponent.
Hurricane lost earlier today when they were unable to be unstuck from the wall. Seems they're stuck on their own debris right now.
Oh, they're stuck on pieces of the kick plate, Adam.
Yes.
Trying their best to get free, but it does appear they're fully functional
Warhard
if they can only get loose.
Has a side of drive down. So this is Hurricane's fight. If they can, there it goes.
All Hurricane needs to do is get. Oh, that is amazing. That is just, I believe, chunks of floor being sucked into Hurricane's weapon.
Too low.
Too low.
These plywood floors here, you have to get used to them, and the ground game is important. But if you're too low, you can get stuck.
Now look at this. This is interesting.
Oh! Warhard stuck on their own mini-bot here.
Warhard does have an unstick
from themselves.
Right into Hurricane!
Hurricane has to watch out because they have no unsticks left.
Yeah, Hurricane needs to be exceptionally careful. One bad smack on Warhard, and they will probably end up in a bad position.
Warhard and Hurricane both having maneuverability issues here. That last hit seems to have really slowed down Hurricane.
Yeah, it does appear at the very least the left side drive is working. The right side is working as well. Both sides are working on Hurricane, just not reliably.
Oh, you know what? It looks like they might have lost some of the prongs off the fronts. Am I seeing this
They
right?
lost their entire wedge early in the match in that first exchange. They still do have those two the little wedges.
Yeah. I wonder if this is, see on the front here, I'm not seeing them on this end. I don't know if that's throwing off their center of gravity here.
They are on their back right
Someone's getting counted out. Is it Warhard?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Right at the last moment, they free themselves from their multi-bot. But, hey, this is incredible.
Enough. What a win.
Monsoon moving on. I should say Hurricane moving on. Team
Monsoon.
Team Monsoon.
Wow. Back and forth fight. You know, we saw Hurricane up against the wall there. Looked like they might be done for.
Almost literally on the ropes.
Yeah. On the equivalent of the ropes that we have here at NHRL. But able to come back and really take control of the fight.
Now, here's the thing. They're going to take this back up to the pits, and I'm going to look at that and assume everything is damaged.
Yeah.
We saw every single system on that robot work not quite right at a certain point. That's going to be a tremendous amount of effort to get that robot in tip-top shape by the next fight.
But here's the good news. They're qualified.
That's true. Either way, they are coming back in December.
A golden dumpster, I mean, that's gravy. But qualifying, that's what you come here for.
You literally cannot buy them.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, that is a packed crowd.
That makes the flight back a lot shorter, I think.
Yeah,
you know?
I think so. But hey, you know, cradling your golden dumpster in your, transatlantic voyage is also a nice way to spend your time.
Do you have to declare that on customs?
It's a little complicated. We're going to go over to Lindsay. Lindsay, can you tell us just the vibe? What's going on there?
The vibe here is off the the wall, that was, I think, a huge upset. That was an incredible match. I believe a lot of people were going into this thinking that Warhard XXL was maybe unbeatable. So how did you feel going into this?
I mean, we've had a bit of a weird day. You know, our first fight with Megatron was super quick, didn't go to plan, and then we had 2 forfeits. So this is our second ever fight with this robot, and oh my god, honestly, that was so good, so good. We've been waiting for that all day, honestly.
It almost seemed like you were surprised that that was a knockout. You seemed like surprised that you won. What was that feeling?
It was incredible, absolutely incredible, honestly, and yeah, I don't even know what to say. I'm a little bit speechless. What do you think?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Like, we can't believe it's done that.
I think realistically it comes down to weapon tip speed. I went at him with my weapon at full speed because I thought one of the best chances I've got is a head-on collision because I believed my weapon was faster, and I think it was. But yeah, that was a struggle at the end there, honestly. And that mini-bot, I was very worried about that mini-bot just scooping me up. But yeah, that's a relief to come away with the win. And I guess now we have to fight Megatron again.
I know you get a rematch. I know that first match kind of was not what anyone was hoping for, probably. So how will it feel getting another shot at that?
Well, I guess now we know what not to do. So yeah, bring it on, JMO. Let's go again.
I love it. We're so excited. Back to you guys.
Okay, Team Monsoon there with... All right, Tom, if you're going to win, can you do it with less heart attack-inducing insanity? Look at this. First of all, these weapon-to-weapon impacts did not go their way.
Just brutal.
I mean, smacking them into the wall again. By the way, this is only 2 fights. Look at this arena.
Wow.
It is shredded. And then that's where things got real bad for Warhard. But then that move right there from the house robot almost ended the Hurricane's chances again. Look at that
Those
shot.
Those couches are so deep. Hurricane took out so much of the kick play. That was truly destructive.
So I am very excited to see that rematch now between Megatron and Hurricane.
Yeah,
and like we said earlier, so Hurricane got 2 buys in the rest of the tournament. They basically got here because other people forfeited. Their only other match today was against Megatron, where they got stuck on their weapon and couldn't move. This is going to be a very interesting matchup for them. I cannot wait to see it. Yeah, but if you win next time, Tom, could you do it without so much anxiety?
No.
That was crazy.
You know, the squeeze makes the juice sweeter, and whew.
All right, so right now, while we're waiting, let's check out our sponsor and go check out Transformers 1 on September 20th.
So, how long do you think we'll be here? I'm not talking to you. You know what? We are so screwed! Thought you weren't talking to me.
You two, come with me. Report to Waste Management.
Hi there, I'm B127. I'm actually working on some nicknames. The one I'm floating right now is Badassatron, which is actually pronounced Badassatron.
We're gonna call you B.
I know we're just lowly worker bots who can't even transform. Don't you want to see what's out there?
There's a reason no one goes to the surface. It's dangerous.
Why'd you bring jetpacks?
If we survive this, I'm gonna kill you!
I accept those terms.
The surface.
It's beautiful.
You have proven yourself worthy. Take these and access your full potential.
It's time to show them we are more than meets the eye.
We can transform now.
On 3, 1.
It's working! Where's my head? How do we use these things? The wheels! I need wheels! Woo!
Guys?
That's not good.
We've got these powers for a reason. Let's use them.
We stand here together as one.
Whoa! I got a battle mask! It appeared with this guy. Knife hands? I have knife hands!
I can see that. B, these are not the bad guys.
Why did you cut the door?
What? No, it was already like that. Right?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
It was.
Yes.
Yeah, it was already like. Yeah, that's right.
What a great combination. National Havoc Robot League and Transformers 1. So excited to have them on board.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
This has been a fantastic tournament so far today. Man, I can't wait to watch that movie with my kids. It's going to be so much fun.
There's a lot of big names in the voices.
A lot of big names in the voices. I'm a lifelong Transformers fan. I'm old enough to say I'm a lifelong Transformers fan, so I am so excited to see this prequel movie. It's going to be so much fun to see that origin story. Let's go to Cage 1. Now check it out. We have two of the most devastating robots here today. This is Red Storm here in the pink corner, and across from them, Yahoo. That's right. Let's go to our friends in the booth for play-by-play action.
You've got probably the best control bot in this class.
Red Storm already qualified for the championships here tonight.
Right, so he's just going for glory and gravy.
And Yahoo, I think, also already qualified. So they're fighting for glory here right now. I like the little pusher stick here on Yahoo trying to win the ground game. Doesn't seem to be working.
No, it's really tough to have an afterthought, add-on control aspect when you go up against Red Storm.
Red Storm's got it thought out.
Yeah.
Dialed in. Yahoo, of course, a long-time competitor. This is an old-school bot, been updated through the years. And it is a tank.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Adam, we've got a little restraint right now on Red Storm, or perhaps it's just not working at full capacity.
I wonder, is there a fear of the drum taking out the forks, trying to get around the side to avoid that? Yahoo doesn't sound as loud as usual either.
It doesn't. I don't know if it's a war of attrition or if they're just saving themselves for later in the fight.
Maybe he heard me. It sounds like it's getting a little louder now.
Well, that could indicate that it's, a strategic move to hold back a little bit. With a robot that is as controlling as Red Storm, you may want to dial your weapon back for more control in the match.
Stuck on the floor here. I'm not sure what's happening. A little game of chicken.
I don't see. Oh, there you are.
Interesting. Red Storm appeared stuck. Yahoo just waited him out. Didn't want to give him an opportunity. Maybe they were just playing a feint there. Red Storm, doesn't look as well controlled as usual.
Now, it's interesting, too, here, Adam. Yahoo definitely has a strong side and a weak side with the addition of that arm. They try to lead a little bit, and they've just got such a propensity to turn left.
When you play the ground game with a vert, it's, it has the downsides. It limits your reach.
Right.
You can actually use a prong, and it works as a keep away stick.
We have a pause. We are going to go, apparently, for an unstick.
So when the robots are entangled, they'll pause it to unstick them versus if it's a singular robot stuck on the wall. So we're going to see a disentanglement here. This doesn't count as either robot's unstick.
Correct. This is nobody's fault. This does happen, and we just separate them, unpause the match, and move on with our existence.
Each robot gets one unstick if they individually get stuck on something in the fight, but if they get stuck on each other, that doesn't count for those.
Correct. We just want to keep it moving. We want to see the destruction.
We're going to restart here and see if anyone can really pull ahead. No one's really taking control of this fight yet.
It is very back and forth, but I got to say, moments like this, you can see damage adding up on Red Storm.
This is what Yahoo wants. You want to get in there. You can start taking out these cleats, these wheels here. This is going to... Ooh, now if Red Storm... now Yahoo can't release this pin. If it requires another separation, that means the pin doesn't count for control.
Exactly.
You need to be able to release the pin.
Yeah, and think about it this way. In order for it to show off control, you have to be in control of the pin, and part of the definition of that is being able to stop what you're doing.
Yeah, so another pause here to separate means neither of those pins counted as a pin. Neither of those helped either robot's control score, and we're back again. Yahoo was getting, a little bit of damage points there, but all that control is now lost.
We will see, though. No, it doesn't appear that that's greatly hampered.
They're just going to go to the judges. Two stuck together robots. I guess we only do one of those. I need to read the rule book again, Ricky.
That's all right. It's sitting there in the wings waiting for you.
It doesn't happen that often.
No, this is pretty unusual, especially when it's a robot like Yahoo. You don't expect it on top of it. As a highly damaging robot, this usually doesn't happen.
Both these robots have so much power, so much drive. You just don't think they're going to get stuck like that.
Right. But no, you are correct. Generally speaking, with almost no exceptions, if two robots are stuck together in an entangled type situation twice, match ends, goes to judges. That's how we handle this. The idea being we don't want to drag this out. If it's happened twice in a row,
it'll probably happen a third time.
It'll happen a third time and a fourth time and a fifth time. That's not what we're looking for.
Didn't look like either bot was at 100% in that fight.
No, I certainly would be interested, as if I was a judge in this match, really knowing the details of the damage that occurred and why and how.
It's a cute sign.
That is a cute sign. That is an optimistic sign, too.
Yeah.
That's somebody that's hoping to get tossed something on their way out.
Hey, he calls them bot parts. I call it trash sometimes when I come out of a fight, so if someone wants it, I'm happy to give it away.
No, it's a good idea, and you never get anything you don't ask for.
That's a good point. Yeah, this will be tough for the judges to judge.
It's extra tough because the control points go out the window because of the way our rules are written. So we're going to go to the desk. They're going to tell us a little bit more about it, but I'm really interested to see how this works out.
Yeah.
Whew.
Well, Kyle, I'm with Ricky and Adam on that one. That is a tough one to figure out.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. The judges are going to have their work cut out for them. That's right. If it goes to 2 on sticks, it's automatically a judge's decision. So we'll see how that goes. Sometimes the geometry of the bots just works out that way. It makes it a little challenging.
Yeah,
but right now,
sometimes they're limping a bit, and they can't quite get the power to unstick.
That's right. Let's go ahead and do a replay and see what we had to see there. Now, one of the things is we got this this lancing arm on Yahoo. Really changes the kind of the way that this robot functions.
The thing is, though, it didn't seem like it was really mattering for when they were getting stuck together. It just seemed like a lack of drive power on Yahoo's part after getting all of Red Storm's wheels off the ground.
That's right. And it's a good idea to add that to the front of you when you have to deal with a control bot. But yeah, there it is. They couldn't really get out. And you're right, they weren't stuck on that arm so much. The arm got them up there. But once it was there, they just couldn't leave. They were stuck in that position.
And I wonder if it's an issue across the bot or if it was just drivetrain, because the weapon didn't seem horrible during that fight.
It was slow. The bot seemed slow. I don't know if it was a total power issue on the bot, but the weapon wasn't hitting like we're used to seeing those big throwing Yahoo hits with that drum. I mean, that's a heavy drum that normally causes massive tosses across the arena. We didn't see one of those. It sounded a little slower. It looked a little slower. Obviously, I wasn't operating the bot. I can't tell but from what I saw, it looked a little bit less oomphy than we see.
All right, well, that one's going to go to the judges. They're going to have to figure that out. Now, I don't envy them. Tough one.
Absolutely. But the winner of that matchup, whoever the judges decide, will have to go on to face Synthesis 30 or Chicken, depending on how that match loads up. That's loading into the box now, so we'll be seeing that very shortly. I am very excited to see that one. This is two different design philosophies. Chicken is a horizontal overhead spinner. It is a suction bot in the sense that it has an internal fan that causes suction to the ground, giving them nearly double the actual weight when it's functioning and operating. You can tell when that's functioning when the beak, the gizzard, what would you call that?
The waddle?
The waddle is flapping on top of the bot when the bot is functioning. So I'm very excited to see that bot working.
But they're going up against Corey Nascent and Synthesis 30, which is...
Synthesis 30 is a bot that has not lived up to its potential until this event. It has been a bot we've all been excited to see for several events now, but it just hasn't had the matchups and the devastating hits that we know it is capable of. Corey Nason is so successful in other weight classes. This has been their tournament so far, and quite frankly, this could be their tournament to win.
And for Synthesis 30, just having those prior tournaments to work out the kinks and to really figure out how to make this scaled up version of Synthesis work, I think that is going to give them the advantage over Hal and Chicken in this fight, who's fighting with this robot for the first time ever.
All right, so let's go get some perspective from the pits with Chris. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, so yeah, we're going to be at the top of the 12-pound bracket in the coming minutes, and I'm here with Jake Hoffman and Maximizer, one of the best horizontals here at the competition. Jake, you're here. It's the top of the bracket. We are about to go head-to-head with Creature, a bot that has a substantial wedge in the front, and you have an undercutter. So literally an uphill battle in your first match. Tell me what's going through your head and what's your strategy going to be going into this first match?
So the strategy is going to be using what Maximizer's designed to do, which is counter the wedge with those forks. I'm going to try to out-control a control bot, which is never a good bet. I think the matchup kind of favors him a little bit, but, you know, we'll take it super slow, super careful, and, you know, just try to score some control points where we can.
Now, I know that you're on the wait list in October, but there's no guarantees there. So a lot is riding on tonight. Does that influence your drive style, offensive, defensive? Tell me how that affects you, knowing that this might be your last chance to get to the World Championships.
All right, so we got 3 ways to qualify tonight. Blue Marlin, Carmen, or this darling. And I'm ready to qualify with this darling. I'll tell you that right now. So I like my chances. I'm going to get out there. There's no safety net. So we're going to get out there. We're going to have a good fight. You know, I'm a little worried about Creature, but, you know, we'll get her done.
Jake, get out there, drive fast, take chances. Back to you guys.
I disagree. I don't think he should drive fast or take chances. Jake has got to be controlled in that matchup. He's got to be thoughtful in that matchup.
Oh, Kyle.
I'm just saying.
I want him to just send it.
What? That doesn't go well for him every time. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a judge's decision. So this is the previous fight. This was Red Storm versus Yahoo. And there you see it, your winner, Yahoo, in that decision. So
split decision on that one, Kyle.
Not surprising that that was a split decision. What did the judges really have to go off of there? I totally understand this decision, but yeah, split decision for Yahoo. That means Chad New and Yahoo moving on in the bracket. They will face the winner of Synthesis 30 and Chicken. Speaking of, let's go to Cage 1. And our friends in the booth are going to call this action for us.
You know, every time I see Synthesis 30, I think the disc gets a little bit bigger.
Yeah, it's got a growth problem, and eventually we're going to have to call it and just say this isn't a 30-pounder anymore. It's unfair.
It's really big.
But here's the thing, Adam. You have a very, very large horizontal going up against it, and a pretty good chance that you could hit an area that isn't the disc, and you can't say that for very many opponents.
I mean this in the best way possible, but Hal Rucker builds the most beautiful rectangles.
Yeah, and here we go. We'll see. Boom! Oh! That is a great hit from Chicken. These are the hits that need to happen
into the side
for Chicken to have a chance.
It didn't get tacoed.
No, and look. You now have very limited. This is incredible, Adam. This is exactly the damage that Chicken needs to do in exactly the right spots.
Oh, there are pieces of Synthesis all over the arena.
Wheels.
And one of the wheels off of Chicken, that looks like.
Yeah, that blade absolutely bent and took out its own wheel. We got to see if Chicken can unstick itself.
Who requested the unstick
or
first?
Or Synthesis can.
Seems like Synthesis requested the unstick first. That is huge here.
That said, that gives Chicken time to self-right, if it possibly can.
It doesn't look like it's having fun doing that. That is the side that it has lost a wheel. I wonder if that's affecting it. Synthesis is back over.
If it can just get that little bit of momentum.
And now here is the requested unstick coming for Chicken.
I hear a count out going
Well,
in
that
the
doesn't really
background.
make a ton of sense. I guess, can you get counted out while the other unstick is happening before yours?
I don't believe so.
I don't know. Well, anyway, the unstick is attempting here. I don't think it's.
I don't
This is
think
a
it's
tough
going to
angle.
work either, but...
Floop doing their best. Oh, and look at that.
Oh, that's the source of the issue. That blade is so bent up that it can't make a full 360, and the robot cannot self-right.
Probably also why the wheel got cut off.
Yep.
Oh, it's
This
sad.
count out is going to be starting soon, unless they consider this amount of waddling to be controlled movement. I personally wouldn't.
It doesn't seem like enough, and I don't think the ref considers it enough either. It's unfortunate. That fight was a lot of fun.
It really was. Everything went as well as it possibly could for Chicken until it didn't.
Yeah. They'll need to work on that self-righting ability. I mean, it's the first event of its career, and it was pretty valiant in its efforts, but Synthesis 30 coming in with the experience in this weight class and able to pull out the victory.
To go this deep in the tournament with a first-time robot and then lose after several really effective hits against a robot like Synthesis 30, that is nothing to shake a stick at. So
Back to
we're
the
going to go
desk,
back.
and they're going to chat about who just made the championships.
Yeah.
Thank you,
All
guys.
right, I'll go ahead and say it. Hal Rucker, welcome to NHRL. It was fantastic to have you here. What a cool bot, and what a match to go out on. That was back and forth. I absolutely no idea who was going to win that several times throughout that. Look at that first hit.
Honestly, Kyle, after the Warhard fight with Chicken, I am surprised that he was able to stand up to several Synthesis 30 shots.
Absolutely, and really took it to him. Look at that,
was
hit.
the one.
That was so close right there. I mean,
can see that
absolutely,
one
this
bent
fight
it.
could have gone either way.
Also, I no longer think that's a waddle on top. I think that's a chicken beak with the tongue sticking out.
I think you're right. I think you're right. But yeah, that shot right there is the one that flipped Chicken over. It's also the shot that flipped Synthesis over, putting them on their weapon, on their wedges. That could have gone the other way. It honestly came down to who smacked that button first.
Yeah.
And a little bit of NHRL experience on Corey Nason's part. He knew right where that button was. That's body, that is muscle memory to smack that
Absolutely.
button. Probably what gave him the edge in that matchup in some ways.
Almost a regional advantage.
Almost a regional advantage. Yeah, this is where you start seeing that home field advantage, right? So yeah, interesting matchup right there. Absolutely love seeing the Ruckers here. Hal Rucker, amazing builder, and that was so good. You could see Chicken just getting better and better throughout the day to the point where they could go that hard against a bot and almost beat Synthesis 30.
But I'm stoked for Corey. He's got no fear. He's so humble, and he's just so willing to help everyone around him. Really, really happy for him, and you can tell he was happy too at the end of that fight.
Well, he is going on to face Yahoo and Chad New in the next round. That is going to be a tough matchup for him. Chad New and Yahoo low to the ground, incredibly well-driven bot, and a dense weapon for them to have to get through for those weapon-to-weapon engagements. That's going to be insane.
But Kyle, it wasn't quite up to snuff in that last fight it had. It was not fully optimal, so I wonder if some repairs are happening in the pits right now.
Yeah.
Or if it's going to come 100% for its fight with Synthesis 30.
Yeah, absolutely. Corey Nason, no stranger to pressure. He is a nurse in his day job. He's dealing with, stressful situations all the time. But he has got some work to do on that bot. Let's go to Lindsay cage side.
I am here with Corey, who just won that by KO. How did you feel going into that match, and how do you feel now?
I was so nervous. Hal is a very formidable builder, and so I know everything he builds is durable and impossible to knock out. And my heart has been in my stomach the entire time at finding out I was fighting Hal, and I've been just so nervous. I feel like I wanted to throw up, and the emotion that I qualified is just nothing I can describe right now. It's just, it'll hit me later.
Corey, you're going to make me cry. All right, so now you're going up against Yahoo. What is your plan for that unkillable drum?
I'm just going to spin it up and see what breaks first.
I love it. Well, good luck. Go get in the pits, fix what's broken. We'll see you later. Back to you.
Corey Nason 100% deserves to be qualified for the World Championships in December. I am so excited to see him there. That is going to be incredible.
Spin it up and see what breaks.
Spin it up and see what breaks. I love that. That needs to be a catchphrase going forward. That was so cool. So yeah, that brings us to the semifinals in the 30-pound bracket. We're going to have Megatron taking on Hurricane, a rematch of epic proportions. And then we're going to have Yahoo versus Synthesis 30. I am so excited about both of those matchups. That is what will tell the tale in the 30-pound division, and we will crown a golden dumpster winner later tonight.
All right, let's take a look at this 3-pound bracket again, powered by True Finals. We're about to dip into this 3-pound class, and so we've got Basics and Dimachaerus, Knuckle Sandwich and Turbo Fiend, Mako and Endpoint, Silent Spring and Prince and Kyle. None of these robots have qualified for our World Championships in December, so it's really anyone's qualification to earn.
8 robots and 4 spots. That's all we've got. So basically, if you win your next fight, you are going, and that is really cool to see.
That makes these fights maybe more crucial than the championship
Almost more crucial than the championship. Absolutely. Dumpsters are one thing, but qualifying for the World Championships is something completely different. That is what every single one of these competitors wants. It is an insane bracket. And by the way, we're at round 6 of this tournament. This is the 6th qualifying event of the year. And we also had one extra qualifying event this year, right? And
we did.
And none of these bots have qualified yet?
And there's some familiar names on this list.
Absolutely. The depth of the field in the 3-pound division, this is the most competitive 3-pound weight class in the entire world. The depth of field is so crazy that none of these bots have qualified. One of them is, what is it, 7 times dumpster winner.
Silent
Spring and Jameson Go. That's right, 7 dumpsters in the 3-pound division with 1 robot is absolutely insane. So in the meantime, let's get this 3-pound bracket started and go to Cage 2. And we're going to go ahead and toss it right to our friends in the booth to break this fight down.
Well, I'm excited. We're going into the 3-pound bracket here. What do you think is going to happen, Ricky?
This is a really good matchup. You've got 2 powerful vertical spinners. It's just so much less area of engagement on Dimachaerus compared to Basics. I think that might be the difference.
Robots fight.
The winner here is going to qualify for the World Championship, so this fight is huge.
Oh, a belt has gone missing already.
Is it? Oh,
that is Basics belt.
Pieces of Basics.
Armor is starting to come off of Basics as well. This can not go uphill for them. I don't think.
What a start for Dimachaerus here, tearing Basics apart, but Basics with the pin here.
Yeah, I mean, not going to throw an opportunity for control out the window.
And there's another one.
If they can keep chaining this, maybe they have a chance. You can hear, that is going to be an unstick, but to lose your unstick with no active weapon at 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining in the match?
That's not good.
Not at all.
You can see he was trying to get off the wall without it, but had to request it as the count started.
Now, remember,
gotta be careful.
Oh, you can hear the weapon is now spun up properly.
Dimachaerus is thinking the same thing we're thinking. They're just gonna try and get him stuck again. All Basics can do is go for the pins.
Yeah, if it was me, I would.
Oh,
there
and
it
that's
is.
it.
That will be your match unless for some reason their opponent chooses to free them.
With a ticket to the championships here, I don't think so.
Wouldn't.
Basics gave it all they could after the weapon went out early, but Dimachaerus with a resounding victory and trip to the championships.
Congratulations.
And maybe a golden dumpster.
Yeah, very straightforward match.
Yeah.
Heading back to you on the desk. Thank you so much.
All right, so Dimachaerus and Beckett doing an interesting showing there. That was a good showing for them. Beckett is from South Orange, New Jersey. I'm really happy to see him doing so well. Let's check out some replays of that fight.
Oh, tough one for Donald Sung in this one. Losing parts right off the bat from that big hit.
Yeah, belts flying off, weapon going down. Not how you want to start this semifinals round. Or sorry, quarterfinals round.
Never really recovered after that first huge impact. Stuck on the wall a couple of times, and that was all she wrote.
Absolutely. So congratulations to Beckett, bringing one home for New Jersey. I have to appreciate that.
There you go.
And yeah, Dimachaerus, cool little robot. Absolutely well driven, and that was fantastic for them. Donald Sung has other chances to qualify for the World Championships today, so we'll have to see how that goes for him in the 12-pound division. But yeah, Donald Sung, he's not worried about not qualifying this robot. This was a first outing for them.
Yeah, very first robot, first tournament with this robot.
Yep.
Dang good showing in the
absolutely.
3-pound class. That is a tough class full of solid robots.
Absolutely. So it was nice to have him here and nice to go that deep in the tournament.
And Dimachaerus, a robot that's as tough to beat as it is to pronounce.
Yeah, Dimachaerus is apparently the proper pronunciation, and I believe it is a dual-wielding gladiator is what that specifically is referring to. I wikied that, so don't quote me all the way, because you know it's Wikipedia. You can't use it as an actual reference. But close enough. But yeah.
I heard Gil say it once, so I'll quote Gil. Our resident statistician and director of community. Gil's an amazing asset to this team, so big shout out to Gil.
Absolutely. But yeah, that was a great showing on their part. I'm excited to see them going further into the bracket. 3 pounds, everybody needs to qualify, right? No one has already qualified in the 3-pound bracket. And there are only 4 spots and 8 bots. So
Wait, now there's only 3 spots.
That's right, because Dimachaerus now does qualify. But we have Knuckle Sandwich and Turbo Fiend are the next matchup. Whoever wins that matchup will go on to face Dimachaerus in the next round.
Who do you think's going to take it?
Of those two?
Yeah.
I got to tell you, it's interesting. I think it's going to be Knuckle Sandwich, but we'll have to see. There's a weird brother-sister dynamic in this fight that's not the same brother-sister. We'll talk about that when we get there.
Sounds good.
In the meantime, let's go to Chris in the pits. Chris, what do you got for us?
Hey, guys, I'm here with Chad New and Yahoo. A really strange judge's decision. You know, it's something that happens so rarely here where there's like a double kind of like dual entanglement. Tell us how on earth that was actually happening.
Well, Chris, it wasn't strange, you see. We just we wanted to lull Kevin into his false sense of security, make him think he was going to win, but actually we had it the whole time.
So you've made it now into the next round. You have a head-to-head match with Corey and Synthesis 30, a absolutely devastating vert. What changes between the last fight and the next one? How does Yahoo adapt and overcome?
Well, through the power of patience with my kids. Hi, Charlotte, Max, and Spencer at home. I will adapt. I'll pivot. I'll add some more armor. I'll go in more aggressive, less forgiving. I'm going to put him in timeout and maybe even give him a spanking.
Now, you, some tables over here are organized. They got only a couple of tools. You have an incredible spread of tools here to put Yahoo back together and keep you going throughout the bracket. Let me ask you something, Chad. What's your favorite pizza here in Connecticut?
I really like Sparky's. This is the most important tool of all. A healthy, you know, streamlined body of the physique of, like, perhaps an Olympian. Pizza helps me obtain that, which then helps me make a better robot.
The heart of every hip replacement. So,
that's right.
Good luck. Back to you guys at the desk. Hi, Max.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Chad. Powered by pizza up there. Good to know for all you Yahoo fans out there.
It's what works. I mean, so at the meantime, we're going to go check out Cage 2. It's going to be Turbo Fiend taking on Knuckle Sandwich, and we'll go to you in the booth.
Such a good name.
Such a good name indeed. Turbo Fiend probably one of the best ring to it kind of things. I mean, obviously, knuckle sandwich.
Also good.
That's an established term, though. I can't Google Turbo Fiend, to my knowledge.
It's unique.
And yeah, in a short period of time, Turbo Fiend, the top Google result might be this robot.
That's true. Now this fight is interesting. Knuckle Sandwich, they defeated the drone, right, by launching their own robot into that.
And many other things, and bits and pieces fired by the drone. There's a lot of creativity on display with this robot, and it's very apparent that whatever needs to be done to win a fight is on the table.
Yeah, and we've got two multibots here, very similar in form, two wedge companions to the main vertical spinners, but different attempts at a ground game on the larger robots. We'll see how that plays out. Knuckle Sandwich with a good pin here.
Knuckles, this is interesting because it's one robot pinning another, being pinned by the first robot, being pinned by the second robot.
There's a lot of pins happening here, and I'm glad I'm not a judge.
Well, that gets very hard to decipher in terms of control, but the two main robots, both of them still seemingly fully functional.
Yep. You can see Turbo Fiend's prongs kind of almost working to contain Knuckle Sandwich in front of it. They're so wide, they're just going around Knuckle Sandwich.
Yeah, those sort of wide slung arms are almost purpose-built for egg beaters like Knuckle Sandwich.
They're flipping over a lot here, and Knuckle Sandwich, well, there goes Knuckle Sandwich. So we're having a little bit of a back and forth. No one really able to show off multiple combos in a row. It's just back and forth. One flips over, the other flips over, one gets a hit. Who's going to be able to leave a mark in this one? Turbo Fiend's neon colors make it stand out more. I wonder if that helps or hurts for the judges.
I mean, I gotta say I'm a little partial to the 70s brown in some ways. I think that kind of fits with my vibe a little better. But,
I like it.
But, you know.
A metallic brown almost.
Yeah, it's got a sheen to it.
Knuckle Sandwich here pinned up against the wall. Turbo Fiend, the first real good moment in a while of control from either robot, but now it's back. Kind of hectic in the middle here. Turbo Fiend able to get off. There's a big hit, both going flying.
Both of these robots have such durability and flexibility.
The robots are being shredded like confetti around the arena right now.
Yes, but the robot itself remains. It continues to soldier on.
Knuckle Sandwich stuck on the wall. Again, they're able to get off. No one using their unstick yet. 52 seconds left in the fight.
Yeah, it is incredible to me that neither of these robots have gotten stuck, but these are sizable mini-bots.
Yes.
So there is a lot of opportunity to free the other half of yourself if it becomes stuck.
And you saw the mini-bot of the mini-bot of Knuckle Sandwich stuck up against the wall until Turbo Fiend freed it. This is a very evenly matched fight. And it's, but somebody's weapon is down. Turbo Fiend is not spinning. Are they going to be able to get back up to speed? I don't know what happened there.
Well, Adam, that I believe is a hub motor weapon on Turbo Fiend. When those go down, they tend to stay down.
And with 7 seconds left in a close fight, that could be the difference.
I would assume that is going to make an immense impression with the judges.
Wow. That was a hectic battle. It's hard to imagine trying to drive in a fight like that. These 3-pound bots are so fast at this scale, and the action is hectic.
It's hard enough when you have a mini-bot of your own. When your opponent also has a mini-bot, it's pure pandemonium.
Pandemonium, crazy physics. The beetle weight class is ridiculous. We saw the weapon of Turbo Fiend go down with about 10 seconds left in the fight. It looked like full functionality from Knuckle Sandwich, and you gotta feel confident for Knuckle Sandwich in that one, and that's gonna be heartbreaking for Turbo Fiend to lose the weapon at that point in the fight.
Yeah, you can see even there, both siblings trying to help the other one out to make sure that their robot is as functional for the judges as possible, but I don't think it's gonna help. So we'll hear a little bit more at the desk from Kyle and Sam.
Well, Kyle?
That was a crazy matchup. So much back and forth. Let's check out a replay right now.
was really chaotic. Almost a mirror match with the dual minis going.
I do like this pile up that we have in the corner.
Yeah. I'm really glad that it wasn't just a tee off with these doorstops going on, and that there was some element of back and forth. At some points, Turbo Fiend was getting the better of the exchanges. At others, Knuckle Sandwich was. And I really think that it's going to come down to that weapon stopping at the end for Turbo Fiend.
Absolutely. Let's go ahead and give some flowers to Dima. Her driving in that matchup was absolutely insane. Really well done. But yeah, that weapon going down does not bode well for a judge's decision.
Because she didn't just have to keep track of her robot. There was 3 others going around. You have to make sure you're not getting high-centered. You have to make sure you're not getting high-centered by your teammate. You still got to deliver hits.
Absolutely. And her brother was driving that her mini bot for her in that matchup. Her brother is in the other side of the bracket with Mako. So that is crazy. I mean, depending on how this judge's decision goes, they still have a chance at facing off against each other, which would be insane.
Who would drive their mini bots?
Nobody. There couldn't be driving of the mini bots at that point. But now we have it. We have the judge's decision. Let's see how this went. And that makes perfect sense. It's close, but it is a complete Knuckle Sandwich victory. Judge's decision. That makes perfect sense to me. So congratulations to Knuckle Sandwich. Peter Garnache moving on to the next round.
I've never heard that before, that phrase.
Well, this is Peter's first time captaining a bot.
Really?
Yeah, and like this year.
And yet I've seen him at so many tournaments and so many fights.
He's just shown up to help his friends. He's been here with the Texas contingent helping out for
the last time he came with that crew, he mini-botted for them for over 20 fights in a tournament.
Yeah. No, it was just, you know, I mean, he's still doing a lot of helping of his friends here today, but yes, he's actually captaining his girlfriend's robot today in Knuckle Sandwich and doing quite well, clearly, moving right along, even beating some of his own Peter Bar kits, which is the, you know, a kit that he's designed and sells if you'd like to purchase one. So yeah, absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. So that does mean that Knuckle Sandwich will go up against Dimachaerus in the next round.
What else does that mean, Kyle?
That also means that Knuckle Sandwich is qualified for the World Champions in December of this year. I am so excited. In the meantime, let's go to Cage 2.
Ooh, I see Prince in the blue corner, and I believe that means Silent Spring is going to be in the pink. So let's head to the booth with Ricky and Adam.
Thank you, Sam, and right you are, Silent Spring with builder Jameson Go, looking focused, really trying to take home this win. Silent Spring has had a off day today. They need to figure out what's going on and feel dialed in. They don't have a lot of other chances moving forward.
JMO was almost out early today. They lost their first fight with a down drive pod, and it also broke in their second fight. They've been dialed in since then, and will they be able to maintain reliability that we know them for so well right off the bat? They're stuck.
Yes, this is amazing. Prince has this kind of low slung wedge beak coming out of the bottom. That usually isn't effective against Silent Spring, but it is just eating hits.
Silent Spring is in a real bad spot out of the gate here. 30 seconds in, and this is not going JMO's way. He's not qualified for the World Championships yet with Silent Spring. Silent Spring, the winningest robot in NHRL history.
Yeah, the
not
phrase not qualified with Silent Spring is really hard to say truthfully here at NHRL.
And Prince is trying to send him home.
What an upset this would be. Not that Prince isn't impressive, but this is an interesting spot. Prince is upside down and struggling.
The first 30 seconds were all Prince. Silent Spring coming back at the end of that first minute, delivering a hit that has put Prince on its face.
That said, Silent Spring still struggling to gain control of itself.
It won't matter if Prince can't get back on its wheels.
Right you are, Adam.
And the unstick, again, not guaranteed. It's just an attempt. Brad going back to the corner. The attempt has failed. Silent Spring is going to eke out another win here.
This is so unlike Silent Spring. Yes, it is moving forward, but it is by the grace of Robot God over and over and over again.
J-Mo usually winning by pure skill and domination. Today, a little bit of luck thrown in, but wins nonetheless.
Accurate as ever. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Jameson is qualified for World Championships in December.
I think we physically saw the weight lift off his shoulders there as he realized what had happened.
It is amazing to see that reaction on Jameson's face. Body language alone, tremendous difference.
What a fight. It really looked like J-Mo was going home in the beginning, but comes back and one hit is all it takes to send Prince home.
And that's what we see so often with a heavy hitter like Silent
Brutal
Spring.
fight. Two great robots, but they can't both win. Silent Spring and J-Mo showing why he's won so much.
Let's head back to the desk, get ready for the next fight.
So let's give a big congratulations to Jillian Doolittle for an amazing performance today with Prince. That Bot Barons team really making a road in this tournament. Absolutely amazing. Let's watch this early matchups where they were getting the better of Jameson Go and Silent Spring over and over again.
But they couldn't capitalize on it. They had him against the ropes, and as soon as he was able to free himself, he got one solid hit on Prince that put them on their head. And while they were getting their unsticked attempt, he just managed to dismantle their mini-bot just in case.
Yep.
He was poised, ready if they got that unstick.
The durability of Silent Spring is absolutely amazing. And let's go to Lindsay cage side with J-Mo.
J-Mo is checking out the damage to his bot, how hot it might be. I have a question. How many years have you qualified this robot for the World Championships at NHRL?
For as long as NHRL has existed. So it wouldn't be a championship if we didn't have Silent Spring in it, right? And this was actually its only chance to get the invitation because it didn't make the lottery system for the next event. So this is the only event that's going to be competing in this year besides if it were to qualify. So
it was do or die here, and you did it. What is your plan now going into this next match? What do you think you have to fix?
I think I really need this thing to cool down a bunch. They got a great rush. I got hung up against the wall a few times. I thought that was actually going to be the end. But I was able to slowly walk off the wall a few times. And I know that was really taxing for the weapon motor here, but I was able to get it done. I mean, it's really hot. Like you can feel it. I might be able to cook like an egg on it. Yes, right.
Now, you took a lot of damage in, like, let's say that first 30 seconds. What was your plan to come back from that? Because Prince had you on the ropes.
Well, Silent Spring is one of those robots that it's like you just throw all the pieces out and you see where things land. Silent Spring does a lot of big hits, and sometimes it wins by attrition. So Prince got a great early lead, but when all those hits start to pile on, Silent Spring, that's where it starts to shine. If it still works and it continues to fight, and I think it's a case of outlasting in this case.
I think that's also where your experience comes in. J-Mo, good luck. Get back up in the pits, and we'll see you in the next fight.
Thank you.
Back to you.
Thanks, Lindsay. The ability to take fights with the attrition strategy is exclusive to experienced members of our community.
Amen. And that is the thing. I mean, the evolution of Jameson Go and Silent Spring. Silent Spring was a chaos robot when it first started, taking so much damage, so many hits, and still being able to continue those fights.
And
there he goes. He's signing the Transformer shirt, signing autographs. I mean, this is Jameson Go. He has qualified, what, 3 robots now for the World Championships this year in 3 different weight classes. That is absolutely absurd. And by the way, that isn't even the first time he's done that.
No, he did it last year too.
I mean, of course he did. It's Jameson Go. He just is so focused and meticulous at everything that he does. He is one of my favorite builders to have here because not only is he so talented, he's one of the nicest guys you would ever want to meet. So willing to help you out. If you have questions, if you need advice, he's there for you. Just a general sweetheart of a guy. And I mean, it couldn't happen to a better person. It's so interesting how the lucky people are also the hardest workers.
Weird how that works.
How strange. All right, so let's go to Cage 2 for our next matchup. And let's throw it to our friends in the booth to call this fight.
Thank you, Kyle.
I'm excited for this one.
I am too, and I'll tell you, I'm excited. It only takes Mako to be in the arena for me to get really excited. This is the most effective overhead saw robot we have ever seen here at NHRL.
And the key there was you said saw.
Exactly.
It's not a hammer saw. It is just a straight up saw.
Right. And you know the secret to its power? Over 400 miles an hour, it spins that saw blade. That, folks, to put that in perspective, if you do that on a saw at home, you're likely to injure yourself simply because the blade explodes if it goes faster than that. It doesn't have to touch anything, just the spinning force alone, and the blade explodes.
The way that it slices through robots, it's like you're watching a video game glitch. It doesn't make any sense.
It's like an old school samurai movie where they slice something and then a moment later the body part falls away.
Yep.
That's what we see with Mako. Now, all of that fanboying aside, Endpoint is a very effective robot,
Very
and they're
impressive today.
going to have their work cut out.
They've got the cam lifter there, which is...
Ooh, look at that! That was a deep slice!
Off.
That was a really deep slice into Endpoint.
Those were armor panels on the top of Mako that came off when Endpoint's arm came down on the top. They look like extra saw blades maybe being used as armor on the top.
It does appear that way.
I'm not seeing spinning of Mako's disc.
No, but I'm also not seeing spinning of Endpoint's disc.
Well, Endpoint, I think, is just using a hammerhead.
Oh, it's not even attempting.
Yeah.
Okay, it did not use its spinning disc attachment.
There it goes.
Interesting.
We've got spin. For a second. This is so much tension, just waiting to see.
Right, it's clear that there's at least a little juice left in that weapon.
Come on.
It's the battle of the hammer saws without the hammer.
Yeah, you know, it looks like maybe that initial hit did something, and we're not seeing the power that we've seen out of Mako all day. Now, they're entangled here. They might need to be
Look
an
at
unstick.
those wires that are just completely shredded on Endpoint.
Wow.
The match has been paused. They're going to disentangle, or at least attempt to. You can look at the forks here.
Look at that.
It's skewered.
Entirely skewered through the Mako skewered Endpoint's little tip on the fork there.
Yeah, this is not a job for the house bot. This is a job for a highly calibrated crowbar.
Yeah. Now, this is the advantage of our fancy play-by-play booth, is we were able to see that on these screens.
Yeah, there's, I'll say from experience, sitting up at the pit desk, it's great, but you really can't get into these kind of details. You're just too far away from the action, too far away from the details.
This fight has been really back and forth. I think, you know, Mako apparently suffered some sort of damage early on, not getting spun up. Endpoint taking advantage, getting a lot of control.
Oh, there we go.
And as we learned earlier today, they're not going to do that again.
No, I do not think so. We've got Gwen, basically the crowbar house expert.
Director of crowbars.
Director of crowbars. It's a promotion she got recently.
It's not easy to get those things apart.
No, it's surprisingly hard. You would think it's a stick and you're going to poke it till it comes apart, but no, there is a talent to
Two
it.
pieces of hardened steel that have jammed themselves together. You've really got to get the right angle. So impressively done there. And we're going to restart. And we'll see if Mako can do anything here without their weapons spinning up. You can see Endpoint's cam lifter going against Mako's wedge bot there.
Oh, a little
Mako lifting with the
arm.
saw
That's
blade.
amazing.
That's a new trick.
Oh, and a suplex. This is creative use of a weapon. Oh, and the weapon spins up momentarily, that weapon.
I can't tell if it's spinning up or if it's just getting hit and rotating.
I think it's spinning. It's not doing it for long or consistently, but...
Will it be enough? I mean, I guess it counts as intermittent. You can see now Mako taking on Endpoint's, partner robot, the cam lifter there. I can't say mini. They're both about the same size.
Yeah, look, that is a clear spin. That weapon is spinning, just not very well.
Not with the power, not at 400 miles an hour.
It's not going to be able to do the damage it once could, but if it comes down to a judge's decision, it's going to weigh heavily in whether or not that weapon is considered damaged or not.
You do have to think that since that restart, we were seeing a good amount of control out of Mako, although now Endpoint here with the pin.
Yeah, Endpoint's control is substantial.
It's a very tough one to judge. Right now, though, the damage is going, in favor of Endpoint with Mako's weapon being very intermittent.
Indeed. Oh, and I thought for a moment we might
control.
have drive issues, but oh, look at this.
Oh.
Pinning 3 robots.
That's the sound.
That's the sound we want.
Sound. Now their own mini-bot is in the way, and they're not going to be able to get the shot.
But still, displaying that your weapon is still capable of fully functioning in the last seconds of the match.
It's definitely going to help. It's not full damage on the weapon, but it's still going to be, partial.
Absolutely, absolutely. I also want to call out, for whatever reason we didn't say earlier, that's an attachment called the cope cage.
The what?
The cope cage. And it is intended to keep Mako from coming down hard on the top of that robot. It's just like sticking an arm in front of the hammer before it gets the full swing. So now these robots are going to go through a function test. They're going to show off what they can and can't do.
Will it spin up here?
That is what matters.
Yeah.
In the end, it's whether you got to the end of the match with functionality.
And I'm not seeing it.
No, unless... Oh, I bet they want to bump something so that it jump starts that spin.
Yeah, well.
But that's
not
a
seeing
good look.
Yeah, the cope cage. It's labeled.
Yeah, no, it's there for us to see. They're not hiding.
Well, that was interesting. Were they running? Was that an overhead spinner that's busted, or that's just a bolted on head?
So it appears that is an overhead spinner. I don't think I ever saw it spin up in this match.
Yeah.
But remember that whether or not it spins up in the match is immaterial. If it's broken and it was intended to be not broken, it still counts as damage.
Yeah, it does seem like he is inserting a weapon stop there. So that was intended to be spinning. They hadn't been running that all day. They'd been running some static heads.
So this is an interesting rules discussion we got into earlier in the day. You are allowed to have a configuration, and there's rules, peculiarities that go along with that. We can maybe get into that a little later. Right now, we're going to go to Chris in the pits, and I think he's got a little more insider information for us.
Hey guys, I do have an important update happening right here. There is a flurry of activity happening here at the primetime pit table for Tom Brewster and Hurricane, who just had an absolute slugfest with Jonathan Juarez and Warhard XXL. Right now, what we're seeing is what looks like one Hurricane, but this is actually 2 working halves of 2 separate Hurricanes that have to...
All right, sorry about that for that technical problem, a little bit of a glitch in the pits, but here we are.
There was a glitch in Hurricane as well. That looked terrible. That was just guts all over the place. And they've got to go face, Megatron next. That's not a good place to be. I am very excited to find out the rest of that update from Chris. But yeah, in the meantime, let's check out a replay of that last matchup. 2 overhead attack bots.
Oh, dang. I wanted to see if it was actually spinning or not on Endpoint, but it looks like the time in which that could have happened when it knocked off that additional saw armor, I might have missed it.
The cope cage, interestingly enough, didn't necessarily do its job so much as it kind of directed that saw blade down into where all the important guts are.
Yeah, and that cage seems pretty easy for Mako to cut through. They've been cutting through anything and everything.
All day long. They have some of the cleanest cuts that we've ever seen in this tournament. Just go check out their highlights. It's absolutely insane. Julian Papazian has built a devastating machine.
Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, yeah,
He's
literally.
So new to the sport, came in on a kit, graduated to his own custom robot, and is now crushing
in a design that like we now consider obsolete. Nobody uses saw bots anymore. All right.
Just in.
Sorry, this just in, ladies and gentlemen. Judge's decision.
Mako!
Split decision for Mako. So close, winning by a hair. Absolutely amazing. Your winner, Julian Papazian and Mako. That means, ladies and gentlemen, qualified for the World Championships in December. Julian Papazian and Mako.
Oh, that's exciting. They've got a lot of work to do up in the pits. Get that saw going. I want them to take it. I want them to take it all the way today.
By the way, a builder who is extremely familiar with the saw bot meta. That's right, Jameson Go and Silent Spring is who they face in the next round. That is going to be an absolutely insane semifinal. At the top of that bracket, Dimachaerus and Knuckle sandwich. One of those 4 robots is walking away with a golden dumpster tonight. But all of those robots qualify for the World Championships. Back to you, Chris, in the pits. What's going on up there?
Yeah, we're back online. As I was just saying, so I'm here with Tom Brewster. Over my shoulder is Hurricane. We're looking at one Hurricane right now, but what it actually is 2 separate working halves from 2 different Hurricanes that now need to come back together to make a complete robot to go head-to-head with Jameson Go and Megatron. Now, Tom, you just came all the way over from the UK. You crossed the pond, you made a splash, and you've qualified for the World Championships. And now you just have a rematch with Jameson Go and Megatron. Tell me what is going through your head other than getting this bot back together.
You know, just blind panic, really. You know, once you reach a certain level of stress and panic, it just never really goes away, so... No, this is good. Another rematch with Jameson is always a cracking fight, so... to get the chance to fight him again is exciting, and we just really need to get one working now. So,
any changes to the strategy from the first fight to the next fight, or is it just a rinse and repeat?
I think different fork layout. I think we're going to go for. We know what didn't work, so we're going to try something different. So.
That fight with Jonathan Juarez and Warhard XXL was absolutely phenomenal. Sparks were flying out. Tell me what was going on inside the bot.
I mean, somehow together. I think realistically it came down to weapon tip speed at the end of the day. I think my weapon might have been a little bit quicker, but either way, I'm just really happy to have a really good brawl, you know, because my first fight of the day was so short, and it didn't go to plan at all.
Incredible debut here, coming all the way over from the UK, qualifying for the World Championships, and just 2 matches away from holding a golden dumpster over your head and then bringing it back. Tell me, how incredible would that be?
That'd be absolutely amazing, honestly. I don't think any Brit has done that before, so we're so close. We're so close.
Tom, good luck. We'll all be watching. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you.
All right, hopping right into our 12-pound bracket powered by True Finals. Up top, we got Maximizer and Creature, followed by Buzzkill and Nightcrawler, Torrent and Blue Marlin, Carmen and Hooligan. And out of these 8, Carmen and Blue Marlin have already qualified for our World Championships on December 7th, so the rest of the 6 are vying for those 4 positions.
That's absolutely right. It will be the winners and or the top-ranked bots out of those 6 that move on to the World Championships. And in the meantime, let's go into Cage 1. We're going to have Maximizer facing off against Creature. Let's go to the booth to call this play-by-play of this explosive fight.
Thank you, Kyle. I know I'm excited about this. How you feeling, Adam?
Well, you know, I don't know. Creature doesn't have the eyes.
That's a good point.
That was bringing him a lot of luck this tournament.
It's just a machine now. It's more machine than man at this point.
Mako, always impressive all day. Or not Mako.
I mean, also Mako.
Also Mako. Maximizer, always impressive again today. So this is going to be a great fight.
Yeah, and it's really going to come down, in my opinion, to whether Jake does what they said they were going to do and go all-out aggression or stay measured and careful in their approach. We're going to find out right now. Ooh, interesting. That was
right into the wall.
Yeah.
Maximizer needs this win to make the championships. This is extremely important for them and for Creature alike. The ground game not serving Maximizer well as they got hung up there, unable to get a hit on Creature, and Creature taking advantage of that misstep.
No, this is really interesting. Usually we see a much more controlled approach from Maximizer, but it's just not able to bully its opponent so far.
This floor now, you know, it's getting to that part of the night where it is pretty beat up, and that's going to impact the ground game of everyone, and I wonder if that's hurting Maximizer here.
As the day goes on, forks become a liability, and big wide wedges become more and more effective.
Yep. Being able to tune your ground game to the condition of the floor is pivotal.
A piece of Creature has come off. I don't know if it's a big deal or not. I couldn't quite tell what it was. Perhaps just an armor package.
Yeah, I can't tell what that is. It looks like maybe a piece of the right side, actually, right side of the wedge has come off. That was guarding the right rear wheel.
Shot about.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Maximizer hitting as hard as ever. Creature using their lifter arm to pin.
This is an incredible pin. This is showing off exactly the kind of control that Creature needs in order to win this match.
You can see Creature holding its arm up in the air.
Oh, Maximizer stuck in the wall.
Oh, and that's a difficult unstick because, you know, the way that Floop is going to work here, it's almost just going to get him more stuck.
It does run that risk. This is tough. This is a weakness of Maximizer style robots. They spin so fast and they get so much bite. They just chew into that wood like it's
yeah, it's a trade-off of any of these big spinners in here, right? If you hit the wall at the wrong angle, you are going to dig yourself in. That's exactly what happened here with Maximizer, and this is unfortunate for them. I don't think they're going to get out of there.
I don't think so either.
Creature has to be excited.
If Maximizer gets hit in the wrong direction, it's going to send its forks into the wall, and it's just going to get stuck in a different.
Drop to his knees as he realizes he's not going to get unstuck.
That is it, robot fans. An unfortunate way to go for Jake.
That is painful.
Clearly they are emotional.
Stunned.
Maximizer still not qualified for World Championships in December. The big question here is what's going to happen in the upcoming fights. Based on the way qualifications work, depending on who else wins and who loses, he could still end up in the top 4 unqualified robots and have a chance at World Championships.
So we have 4 spots open, 8 robots in this part of the tournament, but 2 have already qualified.
Right.
So if those 2 make it to the top 4 spots, the remaining 2 will go based on rank. So he has a good rank this season. Maybe he can get in. You never want to rely on that.
No.
But it could still happen for him.
There is a chance that the math could save him in the end, but it is going to be painstakingly close.
Yeah. That has got to hurt.
Back to the desk on that very emotional note.
Oh, from the agony of defeat, that is a unfortunate position for Jake and Maximizer to be in. Not what he wants to do is rely on other bots' victories to qualify. Let's go ahead and check out the thrill of victory upstairs in the pits with Chris.
Yeah, Beetle action everywhere. I'm here between Julian and Dima Papazian. Mako, crazy fight against Endpoint. Tell me about what happened in that match. And break it down from your perspective.
Well, first off, Endpoint is a behemoth of a robot. Sean fights over on the West Coast with his hammer saw, and it's a legendary bot. It's actually a bot that I look up to. Literally a year ago, he helped me with my saw mount on the Discord. So getting a win over him, and in an especially close match, it means the world to me. I was crying before, I'm being tough now.
A split decision, like, that's a scary place to be sitting this close to the end of the night. But here you are going one step further, and I believe that you are up against Jameson Go and Silent Spring.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
What do?
Well, you can see Madeline here is helping me put on a wedge, so we can try to deflect Silent Spring a little bit. I normally run these super long forks. Yeah, just gonna try to slow his spinner down and get that knockout blow. If I hit anyone in the right spot, they're gonna die. Hopefully. Fingers crossed.
What's it like being this far, in the tournament? You're here, your siblings, right? Families, it's not, we've only seen it a couple of times before where we've had siblings this far in a bracket together. What's it like as rivals and as obviously like you're your best allies with one another?
It means so much. Dima was a huge part of that victory, keeping that cam lifter away from me from the majority of it. She was fighting a 2-pound robot with a 1-pound robot, keeping it at bay, allowing me to lock horns with the main robot, and I could not have done it without her. Not a chance. No chance.
Video games together since we were in the cradle, so we have a psychic link like Pacific Rim where we don't even have to speak sometimes. We are co-op heroes through and through.
This is the epitome of co-op gaming. We're not on a computer playing Halo together. We're fighting insane robots together.
Well, I'm here between two Papazians, and I feel like I'm at home. If you need a third...
There is a third, actually. You're the fourth.
Good luck, everyone. This is awesome. I am loving seeing this tear. Back to you guys at the desk.
So I was going to say those are some tired Papazians, but if they're gamers, they know how to do this already.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
Look at that was... This is live right now. That is how long it took to get Maximizer unstuck from the wall after that fight. I cannot believe how deeply they dug into that sidewall.
Yeah, I think they had a little bit of help from Floop there, but head ref Gwen is strong, and she had no trouble after a few pry bar attempts.
By the way, she is not the what did they call her, master of crowbars? That's not her title. She's head ref, Gwen.
I mean, you can have several titles.
You kind of have to here at NHRL, to be honest. But yeah, there's Jake.
All right.
He's got his bot.
A valiant effort, a tough loss. It's not quite over for him, though.
No, depending on how this goes, depending on how things move on, we still have a chance of Jake qualifying at this event. He's not entered into the next tournament, so this technically is his last chance. But if Blue Marlin or Carmen win their next fight, that means Jake automatically qualifies.
They're not fighting each other, are they? Because that would make it really easy.
No. Carmen is fighting Hooligan, and Blue Marlin is fighting Torrent. Both of them going up against vicious opponents.
Yeah.
Does not bode well for Jake Hoffman.
But what can you do? Just sit back and watch and see your fate unfold.
You never want to leave a match up to the judges. You never want to leave your qualification up to the victory of another competitor. It is not a great place to be. That is a stress ball situation that you have literally no control over.
Wow. Do you think you're more stressed over something you have no control over, or something that you
absolutely,
can't?
Yeah. If you have no control over it, yeah, no. I'd much rather be driving the car than riding the bus. I'll just go ahead and put it that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. It is what it is versus this is mine to mess up.
Fair. Yeah, it's just a matter of perspective on that one. All right, so we are so excited to have the Transformers 1 team on board with us. So, calling all Autobots and Decepticons, the legendary battle continues in Transformers 1. Join Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the entire Cybertronian universe in an epic origin story you've never seen before. Gear up for heart-pounding action, stunning visuals, and the battle to save Cybertron. Transformers 1 is hitting theaters on September 20th. Get your tickets now. I am so pumped for this movie. It's almost like I'm a fan of robot fights or something.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, weird how that works out. But yes, so pumped about that movie. I love Transformers lore. It runs so deep, and we are getting right into the heart of it with this origin story. That's going to be very cool.
I'm still learning, but I would imagine an origin story is a good place to start to learn some
It's a
lore.
perfect place to start. Yes, absolutely. And this is kind of the start of its own story, its own series. So if you're trying to jump into the Transformers lore, this is a perfect place to get involved. I'm so pumped about this movie.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, you should. You should. All right, in the meantime, let's go to Cage 1. This is more 12-pound action. This is Buzzkill versus Nightcrawler. And let's go to our friends in the booth to call this action.
All right, I am excited to see how Buzzkill does. I don't know if everyone realizes this. This is Liam King's birthday today. It's also his debut as a member, I believe his debut as a member of Team Leatherbacks. He is a Team Honeycracked alumni. That is a very prolific team here at NHRL. Now he's rolling with a new crew, and it's an all-new experience for him here at the House of Havoc. Of course, he is going up against a fierce opponent in the form of Nightcrawler. That is a big, heavy hitter. Anything could happen.
Nightcrawler has really impressed me from the hip replacements here, coming out, hitting hard. It's been really fun to watch, really fun proportions. This will be an interesting match.
Robots fight.
Away we go.
Horizontal versus vertical. The big first hit will tell us a lot how this is going to go.
Look at the mobility on Buzzkill. That is fantastic.
Now the big wheels on Nightcrawler able to absorb that. And there's the weapon to weapon, sending Nightcrawler flying into the blue corner. Back to where they came from.
If Buzzkill can keep that aim up and hit those uprights on either side of Nightcrawler, or come around the back, is even better.
Nightcrawler having a hard time turning. There's so much energy in that disc. The gyro is killing them here. The maneuverability of Nightcrawler really helping them. Can they keep it up?
Now, again, that is a heavy hitting weapon, but the heavier, ooh, wow. That is a bad noise, ladies and gentlemen.
Who is making that noise is the question.
Oh, that noise is coming off of Buzzkill.
Well, that's appropriate.
Yeah, it's buzzing pretty good, and it wants to do a little more killing next.
Oh, and Nightcrawler smoking.
Smoking hard. That appeared to be a left side drive. No, that was a weapon motor. Yeah.
Well, it could have been both.
It looks like
that's
very
the
true.
drive and weapon are down now on Nightcrawler, and a controlled battle for them as they go up against a still fully functional Buzzkill silently going around the arena.
Yeah, it's unnerving how quiet Buzzkill can be. That speaks to the aerodynamics, that speaks to how good the bearings are.
An interesting detail here that may not matter. Buzzkill's second half is down, but Nightcrawler's entire half seems to be down. There's the tap out. Buzzkill moving on.
That is your match. And just before we move on, I want to call out and congratulate them on the excellent Maryland flag swag on their robots. If you're from Maryland, you realize our flag is a cult, and we are all devotees.
I've seen some Honeycrack jerseys as well on that team.
I think once you involve yourself in the Honeycrack world, you never truly leave.
Is that also a cult?
Probably. It's not a cult that I'm in, so I can't comment directly.
Who's to say? But everyone's having fun here. Congratulations all around for a good fight. Nightcrawler unable to keep taking those hits, and the maneuverability of Buzzkill pays off in the end.
Yep. We're going to head back to the desk and get queued up for the next fight.
There are names in this sport that invoke some emotion, right? Jameson Go, Corey Nason, but Liam King is very quickly becoming one of those names. What a performance today so far. Absolutely incredible. Going on to face Creature in the next round. Look at these hits.
And Liam has already qualified for the championship with a different 12-pound robot.
Absolutely, of course he has. I mean, absolutely amazing. All right, look at that shot, just ripping chunks off.
I have to agree with Ricky as well, but let's head over to Cage Lindsay. Here we are.
Hi, I am here with Liam King, who I have to say, Liam, happy birthday, happy 21st birthday.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm having such a great time here. I always love coming here, and once I saw that the competition was on September 14th, I knew I had to be here and show up.
And I know that your parents are here, so what does it mean to qualify your second robot of the year with your parents in the audience?
Oh, it means so much to me. I'm so happy to be here, and just because this is also the first Norwalk they've ever been to, so I'm really happy to be there with them. I'm super pumped for Champs now that I have 2 robots of completely different designs, which I don't know. I'm speechless.
Well, we are so excited for you. How do you feel about your next matchup? Do you think you took a lot of damage in that match?
No, I don't believe I took much damage at all, but I'll do a post-match assessment, and I'll be bringing out, I think I got a decent chance at Creature, and yeah, I'll give it my all.
All right, well, you've now qualified for World Championships with Buzzkill, your second 12-pound robot that you'll be bringing to the World Championships. Way to go, and go celebrate that birthday.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
I love that he chose to spend his 21st birthday qualifying his second robot for the World Championships here at NHRL. That is absolutely insane, Liam. Congratulations to you and happy birthday. As a prize, you have to face Creature in the next round, so for that I'm a little bit sorry, but
have fun.
Have fun. That's going to be absolutely insane. Congratulations to Liam King. I mean, what a cool person, and it is so, that success this year is so well deserved. Hard worker, absolutely amazing robots, and that driving skill is incredible.
Oh, and Honeycrack. I know Liam is on the Leatherbacks now, but
he came up through the Honeycrack system. Yeah.
That is a system for fostering amazing builders. I didn't know that was going to be the case this year, but it's been made clear.
Yeah, we've definitely watched the rise of Team Honeycrack this year, and Liam being a prime example of that rise. Now moving on to the Leatherbacks as he's aged up into that team, basically. But yes, so cool to see Liam performing as well as he has. Absolutely incredible. 2 robots qualified for World Championships. And the second one on his birthday? Come on. That's like...
Can't get better than that.
It's like we write this stuff or something. Like, that's incredible. All right, so let's go back to Cage 1. We're going to have Torrent and Blue Marlin continuing on this amazing 12-pound journey. And we're going to go to our friends in the booth to call this fight.
Thank you, Kyle. Another big bot fight. How you feeling about this one, Adam?
Torrent has looked impressive today, and I think it's going to be difficult to take them down.
If Torrent does win, they qualify. But if Blue Marlin wins, because Blue Marlin has already qualified, Maximizer will qualify. This is what we were talking about earlier, where because some of the robots have already qualified, the math goes into more of the ranking side of things. It gets a little more complicated. But a lot rides on this, and I love the moments when, you know, there's a competitor out there who probably cares just as much about this outcome as the people who are actually fighting the match.
Yeah, it is nerve-wracking to be in those situations. You always want to be able to win yourself, get yourself in, but this happens at all levels of all sports. Sometimes you got to wait for the outcome of other matches to know how you're going to do. And that's what's going to happen with Maximizer. But still, what a fight by Creature to win that one. Great, a great show of control earlier. And let's see who has best control right here.
We will find out very shortly. Torrent loaded in the
were
pink.
they chanting, "We want fish"?
You know, I think that is what I heard, yeah. And I mean, appropriately, they're in Norwalk, Connecticut. They have a great selection, but let's see if Blue Marlin is on the menu as we start this fight.
Robots fight.
2 very different vertical spinners here. Different proportions, different ground game. Oh, Torrent upside down.
Oh! Massive hits. Blue Marlin taking pieces out of Torrent.
I can't believe Torrent is still moving after a direct full force hit to the back plate.
It speaks so highly of their durability and their build quality.
Self-rated too hard and back upside down.
Oh!
That is not what Torrent wanted to see. Blue Marlin still on attack. They're not going to let up here.
No, I think that was belt smoke. That weapon is jammed into place, and that big motor spinning just burns up the belt until it slows down.
Nothing doing for Torrent right now. Stuck upside down. They might request an unstick here, but nope, they go for the tap out.
And that makes sense. Without an active weapon and without the ability to self-right, they're dead in the water anyway. And of course, with that, Blue Marlin wins. And guess what? Because Blue Marlin has already qualified for the World Championship, they pass on that invitation to Jake Hoffman and Maximizer.
Jake has to be breathing a sigh of relief on that news.
I think Jake is probably screaming at the top of their lungs. Sweet baby robot Jesus, thank you.
Yeah,
well, there you go,
there
like I said.
Quite the scream.
That is a lot of emotion cage side, and I can't blame any one of them.
The ups and downs of a night at NHRL, from on his knees thinking that he wasn't going to make it, to jumping up and down screaming.
Now, the adrenaline withdrawal that will hit Jake later today, stunning and cannot be described. I've been there, you've been there, but it's an experience that until you go through it, there's really no way to describe it.
Wow. What a fight, what an outcome. Should we throw it back to the desk?
I think let's throw it back to the
Let's
desk,
do it.
guys. Get us queued up for the next robot action moments.
All right, so before we do that, let's give some flowers to Bob Bellinson, Port St. Lucie, Florida. He has gone 5-2 back in the new bots event in January, and then comes back to this event and gets into the semifinals again. Absolutely amazing performance, and qualifies Maximizer with their win. I gotta give it to this guy. That robot has been performing beautifully today. His driving has been on point, and that weapon hits so hard. I love this robot, and I love a good theme.
Yeah, but let's hear from him, Kyle. He's over there with Lindsay right now. How's it going?
Yeah, thank you so much. We're here with Bob. Bob, the last time we saw you in Blue Marlin was at our team's event. You had some struggles. You tested a new material, nylon, is that right?
Yep, nylon. But this Marlin is 0% nylon, so now it's good again.
Tell me about what you changed and how you've had such a dominant day here.
Literally nothing. Literally nothing except nylon to UHMW. I was very confident in my design going into teams. It was just that one thing, that one material choice that kind of shot myself in the foot. But yeah, I'm confident that this is in every way better than the one that came to January.
Fantastic job. You've already qualified, so now this is just another feather in your cap, but you're going to go for the dumpster. How do you feel about your chances?
It's a tough field. It's nothing is free, nothing is easy. I've kind of just shot myself in the foot by qualifying Maximizer for finals. He did a number on me earlier today, so I got to figure out now how to counter him.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel like you are now part of Jake's story getting into the World Championship? So a little bit of a double-edged sword there.
Yeah, it feels awesome. I mean, Jake's a friend of mine, and so to be able to help him out like that is really awesome.
Congratulations, Bob. Love to see this spot. Good luck in the next round, and we'll see you there.
All right, thank you. I'll see you later.
All right, back to you guys.
All right, so Bob, fantastic performance today. He will go on to face either Carmen or Hooligan, depending on how this next matchup goes. I am very excited about this matchup. Two top-tier vertical spinning robots. It is going to be absolutely insane. But yeah, Bob Bellinson, amazing performance.
Absolutely, especially after the teams event where he was pretty well known for completely coming apart, absolutely cut into. So to have this sort of redemption in this tournament, I'm sure it feels good for him. It's exciting to see for us. And
I got to go ahead and say it. Part of me felt like he did that on purpose for the teams event, because those explosions and separations and just damage was so much fun to watch. And it was so incredible to see the power of these robots against a, shall we call it, subpar material.
Yeah.
That
Highlight
was really
reel
cool.
by any means necessary.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. So I'm kind of glad he did that for that tournament, honestly, because it really did show what these robots can do. In the meantime, though, they are cooling down the house bot. Yeah, she got a little hot in that last event. No surprise there. Floop has been working very, very hard.
Yeah, running some Vesks in there, which definitely can overheat and will make it more difficult to drive, more difficult to unsticker these competitors. But
So
here
there is Carmen and Hooligan, Jack Zapotnik and Hooligan. And by the way, that is Chris Rummel and the long boy himself, Carmen. I am so excited to see him do this. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Looking good. The Shore family on Carmen. I'm pretty excited. Oh, we got a factoid.
So when Carmen wins, Torrent qualifies. But if Hooligan wins, Hooligan qualifies because Michael Shore has already qualified Carmen earlier this year.
So let's go ahead to the fellers in the play-by-play booth to call this match.
I am so excited. All right.
Well, thank you, fellers. We're going to jump into this match. I am pretty darn excited, Adam. What's your take?
Well, this is a really interesting one because the weapons are such similar proportions, but the rest of the robots are actually kind of opposite proportions. We've got a wide robot going up against a long robot, both of them with similarly spaced forks around similarly sized weapons. It's going to come down, I think, mostly to driving here.
I could see that, and remember, it tends to be a little easier to drive these wider robots, so it's going to be a skill issue. Can the longer robot advantages be taken advantage of by sufficient driving skill?
Longer robot tends to track better, tends to go in a straight line better. It tends to turn maybe a little bit worse because you're going to have worse gyro effects on these verts.
Turns a bit worse, as well as needing to turn more in order to keep your front completely towards your opponent. When you have a short broadside, it's a smaller target.
Yeah. Because each of these robots is going to be aiming for the other robot's side.
Oh, interesting. Carmen has a failure to start up and needs to power cycle to see if it can revive itself before this match can begin.
Searching for signal. Maybe they got a Starlink on the receiver here.
Oh, how unfortunate. I think we all been sold on that bridge once upon a time.
I do hope we get to see this fight. I think it's an interesting matchup. You see the house robot here holding the opponent. That's a safety measure. In case anything were to happen, they can't go shooting across here.
Exactly, exactly. Look at the wear and tear on Carmen's vertical spinner. That is a beat-up bar.
The tail of an event.
Yeah, I wonder, was that fresh at the beginning of the day? I know a few of these competitors, including Michael Shore, I think, sometimes show up with battle damage parts, and it's this intimidation factor of, wow, like, if whatever did that damage couldn't stop it, how am I going to stop it?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting strategy. I think, you know, with a vert, you want it to be as sharp as possible to get that bite. It really does make a difference when you have a sharp edge versus a blunt edge. I wouldn't doubt that they came in with a sharp edge on that blade earlier today, but when you're hitting hardened steel all events, it's going to wear you down.
You know, Adam, when everything's hardened, nothing is hardened.
You'd need some sort of secret military metal
if
to be able to
only
withstand
such a thing
that.
were available.
Yeah.
And people knew what it was and where to get it.
If only. It does look like Carmen is disappointed here.
Yeah, that is not a good facial expression. We're going to try turning it on once more and see.
A lot of these controllers make a certain beep when good things happen, and they make different beeps when bad things happen.
Or no beeps.
Yeah.
That robot appears to be coming out of the arena. That is not a good sign.
Assuming he didn't hear the correct beeps.
This is very likely going to be a forfeit. You have a very limited situation cage side where you are allowed to repair almost nothing. We do allow power cycling. You can literally turn it off and turn it on again and see if that helps. And a surprising amount of the time it does.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can just be a sync issue. You know, you just need to resync the transmitter. I wonder if this is could be as simple as forgetting to plug in a wire or something inside, or who knows. But, you know, you're not always allowed to spend this much time, but hopefully he can get it working.
Yeah, you hate to see something happen for a silly reason. Granted, if he opens this top and the wiring is a smoldering pile of ashes, that's it. Oh, that's an adventurous facial expression, let's say. I don't think that's a facial expression we'd see if there was no possible hope.
Yeah, I wonder if it was just a loose wire coming back together. Oh. He's got 30 seconds left to finish putting this back together, or it will be a forced forfeit.
Man,
I
this
think
is
he's got
coming
enough
down
screws
to
in.
the wire, yeah.
So
I would give up right now and go right to the power cycle, but I'm sure they stand right by you with a timer and count you down, so he's going to know better than we do.
there it is. Seems like he's done it.
Well, he's going to have to figure out if it was
Was it enough? Now, we've all been there. I've had a moment where we were once reprogramming a transmitter as the ref was counting down, you know, like 10, 9, before we were going to get forfeit. And, you know, we programmed it sideways, so you had to hold the remote 90 degrees off. But it worked, and we ended up winning the fight. So sometimes these last-minute repairs are all it takes to get it going. We'll see if that was enough.
Oh, that head shake is not a good head shake. He listened for the beep. That magical tune that says your robot is ready to fight, ready to rumble. And that tune was not sung tonight.
That's not the look of someone who's completed the repair. Well, we've talked about the ups and downs of the emotions here at NHRL, and that is one of the most painful moments.
Yeah, you do your best to repair in between these fights, and you never know until you're cage side if you're successful.
There's the official call, the forfeit by Carmen. A disappointing, you know, that's disappointing for both teams. It's not how you want to lose. It's not how you want to win. But
It isn't how you want to win.
If you had to pick one.
That's a great point. But also, you get to this stage in the competition, and the disappointment of not having the fight you hope for kind of fades away when you're this close to the finals of the night.
Your eyes are on the future, and you're moving on to the next one.
Hooligan will gladly take that victory, and we will gladly throw it back to the desk. Kyle, Sam, take it away.
So congratulations to Jack Sapotnik and Michael Shore. I am so sorry. That is so unfortunate. But Carmen is an amazing robot and already qualified, so we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay, Michael. We're going to be okay. I'm sure of it. All right, so I see what I did there?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go to our sponsor right now. We are so pleased to have Transformers One with us at this event. So, calling all Autobots and Decepticons, the legendary battle continues. Let's check out this trailer right now.
For thousands of years, we have been at war. But before, we were enemies. We were like brothers.
You ready? Always ready. Let's punch in.
Hey, watch where you're going.
What did you say?
It's not like he can transform.
Hey, Darkwing. Don't. My finger can transform. Guess which one? Allow me. I appreciate you having my back. No matter what.
What is that?
Sending location coordinates. We're under attack!
It's an SOS message from the surface.
Fantastic.
It's time to show them we are more than meets the eye.
A cave with teeth. Nothing scary about that. Holy Primus.
I see strength in you. Take these and access your full potential.
We can transform now!
How do we use these things?
Come on!
My head.
How you choose to use this power is up to you. We roll out.
What?
Louder.
Transform and roll out. I want to help build a better world. Like you said, we can be so much more.
Maybe it's just me, but he's different.
Yeah, no, I picked up on that.
I picked up on that too.
What happened to my best friend?
Burn it down! All of it!
We have to stop him.
We could have built the future together.
I don't think so.
Decepticons! Rise up! Incoming!
Come on!
Awesome!
That's what I'm talking about.
Now is the time for us to stand up. Together. As one.
Look, that's Starscream and your Shockwave and Soundwave.
Enough.
Gosh, raise your hand if Wave is in your name. There's a lot of waves.
So happy to have Transformers 1 on board. What a fantastic movie. I cannot wait to see it. I'm taking the kids.
I've heard.
All right, so we have now moved on to the semifinals in all of our weight classes. We are getting down to the wire, and these stories are developing very quickly at this point.
Yeah.
I am so excited. We're going to watch some featured matchups from each of the weight classes going in. So here's one from the 30. This is Megatron versus Kazaa Lite. This was a wonderful matchup for Megatron, exactly the kind of robot they wanted to face. A little disconcerting that saw wasn't spinning up at full speed. So we'll have to see how that bodes for them moving on in the tournament. They have a tough test in the next round. They're going to have to do a deadly rematch against Hurricane. Man, what aggressive tapping there. So there we go. Megatron versus Hurricane. Red Storm versus Synthesis 30. This is absolutely an insane matchup. I cannot wait to see how this goes.
Well,
so everybody that's left in the 30-pound division hits ridiculously hard.
Yeah.
This is, okay, I'm going to go ahead and say it. Tom Brewster, if you had any doubt, he is like one of the best in the British Isles. That guy rolls into town. First time ever at NHRL. Not only does he qualify for the World Championships, but he is going into the semifinals and facing off against Megatron in the second round, second time today. Absolutely insane.
I love that pit interview, too, where he was frantically trying to repair Hurricane while Chris was just microphone in his face, and he just stayed so calm.
So calm. Absolutely amazing.
And a gentleman through and through.
Yahoo and Synthesis 30 in the other round, two amazing competitors. It's going to be an insane 30-pound division today. I'm pumped. Now let's go into that 12-pound division.
Yeah, let's see what we got here. So we've got Torrent and Blue Marlin. Torrent in the red and Blue Marlin in the blue. Blue Marlin just really taking it to Torrent. It had some back and forth moments, some hits were exchanged, but eventually it was too much for Torrent. Weapon jammed up, belt smoked out, and that was just about it.
The story of Donald Sung in this tournament has been absolutely insane. He was out of the sport for like 15 years, comes back in with these designs, does absolutely phenomenally. Team Pandemonium scoops him up right away.
Smart.
So incredible.
Here's the 12-pound bracket powered by True Finals. We've got Creature and Buzzkill left in the semifinals, and Blue Marlin and Hooligan. Who looks good to you?
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and say the bottom of that bracket is scary, right? Blue Marlin, Bob Bellinson, that thing has been on a tear all day, but they are going up against Hooligan. Expert driving throughout the day today. Incredible robot. Really looking forward to seeing how that fight shakes out. That is going to tell the tale of how the finals goes, in my opinion. But in the beginning, we're going to have Creature versus Buzzkill.
That's where I am, Kyle.
That is a tough matchup for Buzzkill, just based on the geometry of those robots. And by the way, Creature has been on a tear today, beautifully driven and destroying horizontals all day.
But it's Buzzkill's birthday.
It is Buzzkill's birthday. That cannot be denied. Now let's transition over to the 3-pound weight class. Check this out. Overhead attack insanity. Mako versus Endpoint and the Cope Cage. I loved everything about this fight. I know the weapons weren't doing what the weapons are supposed to do, but it was tactical. There were suplexes, there were throws. It was absolutely insanity. And look at these mini-bots getting in on the action. It's a 4-bot pile-up like 17 times in this match. Judge's decision win. Absolute craziness. I loved this fight so much. Mako pulling out the win. Going on to face Silent Spring in the next round. That's right, Mako versus Silent Spring at the bottom of that bracket. But up at the top, it is 2 hard-hitting vertical spinners, Dimachaerus and Knuckle Sandwich. So who do you got in that fight?
In the Dimachaerus Knuckle Sandwich fight, it's hard to bet against Peter Garnache.
It is incredibly hard to bet against Peter Garnache. He's been driving like a demon today.
And he wrote the book, you know.
He did. He wrote the book. He knows how to beat that robot. He knows exactly how to beat that robot because he designed that robot. So, yeah, that's an interesting one, right? I mean, obviously, it's not factory settings Peter Barkett, but it's pretty close.
Yeah. But how about the bottom of that bracket? I'm so hungry for Mako. I'm just so stoked.
I know. What a great story, right? Julian Papazian, really new to this sport, coming in here, beating people that he has learned from already today, right? Like, that's what that last fight was. He learned how to do overhead attack bots, in part because of them. And now he is going against one of the best overhead attack bot drivers of all time in other weight classes. That's Jameson Go. In this weight class, though, Jameson Go is a full-on horizontal spinner, and this is a legendary bot. 7 golden dumpsters just with this robot in NHRL. This is a robot that is qualified for World Championships every single year.
But Mako's one of the ones, they show you don't necessarily need an engineering background to be in this sport.
Yeah.
That all sorts of backgrounds can contribute to your success. And so Julian and his sister, they have a gamer background, and those skills do translate to a degree. Like they were saying, they are co-op champions. They have the sense of what each other's doing. It also means you're probably pretty good at Discord, which is where a lot of the information is for fighting robots. You're probably decent at YouTube or Twitch, where you can find even more information. So every sort of background can contribute towards your success at NHRL.
And really, I feel like what gamer background helps you with the most in this sport is that human attrition factor. When you get to this point in the day, you got to remember these people have been here since 6, 7 this morning, going nonstop, brains going nonstop, forgetting to eat, forgetting to drink, right? If you've got that gamer background, you've trained your body to the point where you get to the end of the day, you get to that end of that 18-hour gamer session, and you're still going.
Just one more level. All right, it is time to meet our 30-pound competitors. Let's start it off with Megatron.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Jameson Go and Megatron! Rolling it out to the arena. This is the overhead attack bot of your dreams. He drives this thing as a control bot, and then when he's ready, and only when he's ready, does he bring down the pain with that insane hammer bot. Now,
all right. And Hurricane coming all the way from the UK. It's the Brewsters.
Look at this machine. It looks so much better than it did just a few minutes ago in the pits. Tom Brewster, UK Combat Robotics royalty, a roboteer of epic proportions. Now keep in mind, these guys are friends. They've known each other for years. They don't get to see each other very often, so it's really cool. This is a bit of a reunion of sorts. But also, this is a rematch from earlier today. We watched Jameson Go and Megatron pin them up against a wall and then put them in a position they could not self-right out of. That was absolutely devastating for Tom Brewster. Will he be put in a similar position in this matchup? Only time will tell. I am so excited to see how this comes out. This is for a spot in the finals and a chance at the Golden Dumpster.
And that Golden Dumpster comes with something else, doesn't it, Kyle?
What, you mean pride? Do you mean a sense of accomplishment?
No. $1,000. Let's check out this tail of the tape, though.
All right, so we've got Megatron with Jameson Go from Cambridge, Massachusetts. It's a hammer saw. It's 31-7 record. That's right, and it's got 1 win already against Hurricane. Over on the other side, we've got Hurricane with Tom Brewster. He's from Coventry, UK. It's a vertical spinner, and it's got a 2-0 record for today. That's right, but it's got 0 wins up against Megatron. Yeah, this is insane. All right, so let's go to our friends in the booth. They're going to call this fight. Adam and Ricky, how you guys doing?
Well, this is interesting because, you know, as we all know, these teams have similar heavyweights. They've fought each other twice, and they're 1-1. If we're going to just play a little bit of game here, that would make this Hurricanes fight to win. They would be 1-1 in the 30s.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to play out that way?
It's really interesting to see. There is a big difference in the ball game, the bot game, between heavyweights and 30-pounders. So we're going to see what transfers and what doesn't. I will point out, a 2-0 record is a 100% win rate. A 31-8 record? That's only 81%.
There you go.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Away we go. Hurricane spinning up a little slower than we often see it.
Not as fast out of the gate as we would expect.
Megatron not spinning up at all.
Nothing going in that.
So, listening to Jameson's situation throughout the day, his spinner has not functioned right for the last few matches.
Interesting. And this does seem to be the new hub motor version of Megatron. Where the motor is inside of that disc, and those are always a little tricky the heavier you get.
Oh, that is a drive issue on Megatron, perhaps just the forks interfering with the ground.
Hurricane having spin-up issues here. It seems like they're either driving or spinning and not both. Megatron getting so many setups here, but nothing in that spinner.
No, but let's point this out, Adam. Each one of those hits with the hammer, that does count as aggression. That counts as an attack. It may not do a lot of damage, but it is meaningful to the judges.
Yeah, is this gonna count as damage against Megatron not coming in with that spinning in the first place?
Yes, it is. We went through this. There was a committee meeting earlier, and it's been established, Megatron, if it never spins up that weapon, that counts as damage.
Oh, there was a little spin. Hurricane trying to vibrate itself off, unable to, going to request the unstick. Floop coming in, hasn't had a ton of success today. Oh, but lining it up. Oh, no.
No,
there it
is.
Fluke with a round of applause from the crowd.
Megatron only needs to do that one more time to secure the win.
Megatron was able to spin the weapon up earlier, but it's just not spinning it up on these hits. I don't know if that's a strategy by JMO. I don't know if it's just intermittent, but either way, Hurricane is having trouble.
That is a big hit against the wall.
You don't want to take too many of those. That's not good for the weapon system to hit something so solid.
Not at all.
You can hear the ref counting down the pin timer.
Oh, that is a bad spot. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe Hurricane has done the thing.
Hurricane lost earlier today in exactly the same fashion against Megatron. And that's going to be 2 losses stuck against the wall. They're not going to be winning a golden... They're not going to win a golden dumpster here, as they've already used their one unstick earlier in the fight. They don't get a second one. JMO's going to leave them stuck there for the count out, take the victory and go on. No golden dumpster for Great Britain, but they do qualify for the championships.
Yeah, we will undoubtedly see them again later this year. And, you know, that's a lot of time, Adam, for them to come up with a solution to that particular stick problem.
And you know what would feel a lot better than a golden dumpster is if they could go back with a golden Brett in December.
And a awfully large pile of money.
But tonight, JMO keeps his chances alive for a 13th possibly 14th golden dumpster.
Yeah, the numbers are stunning and frankly horrifying. But in the meantime, we're going to go back to the desk. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much. Tough one for Hurricane and the Brewsters.
My favorite part of that fight was at the end when JMO pinned him and did the golf walk-off. You know how golfers, like professional golfers, when they hit the putt and they know they got it and they just walk away before it goes in? That was amazing. So these pins are absolutely insane. Never got the weapon spinning and still destroys this incredibly powerful vertical spinner. Ugh. When the strategy comes together for Jamison Go, he doesn't need the weapon. It's a control bot that happens to have a weapon on it.
And you can still rattle. And swinging that hammer arm with no hammer saw at the end, but
absolutely insane performance from Jamison Go. Tom Brewster, welcome to the United States. Welcome to NHRL. So glad to have you here. So glad you qualified for the World Championships. But that ends your run today, my friend, because now Megatron is, let's face it, where they belong, in the top of the bracket in the finals, ready to potentially win their 13th golden dumpster of all time for Jamison Go.
But Kyle, who could stand in their way?
Who could stand in their way? Well, you have either Yahoo or Synthesis 30. These are two amazing robots. I think of those two, JMO wants to face Yahoo just based on geometry alone, right?
Yeah.
Big top plate on Yahoo.
It's all
That's
about
what
that
he wants.
flat top plate.
Big flat top plate. But man, either way, JMO's got a fantastic chance of walking out with a 13th golden dumpster in that matchup. We'll have to see how that goes for him. You never want to call those matches before they happen or count those chickens before they hatch, but that is a fantastic chance for him.
Absolutely.
All right, so the 30-pound bracket continues on. We are going to have our next semifinal match that is going to be Yahoo and Chad New and Synthesis 30. Oh my goodness, Corey Nason, what an emotional day for him so far. Making it this far in the bracket with this robot, best performance he has had with this robot so far. I am pumped for this fight.
Absolutely, it had a lot of kinks back at the beginning, and it seems like Corey might have worked them all out. It's hitting hard, it's staying stable, it's continuing to spin throughout the fights.
All right, well now it is time to meet our competitors. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Chad New and Yahoo! What's up, Chad? Chad brings so much experience to this game. This is a legendary bot that he has been building and rebuilding for years. That drum is dense. The driving is near perfect. He is an amazing competitor, and he gets this deep in the bracket all the time.
Absolutely.
He's used to it. He knows what he's doing here. He is going up against somebody that he really respects, though. I am so pumped about this. So, everybody put your hands together for Corey Nason and Synthesis 30! Woo. Team Pandemonium walking out with Corey. This giant vertical disc. I am so pumped to see this fight. Show of respect between these two competitors. Happy to see it. All right, so as we get these bots into the box, let's go ahead and throw it to our friends in the booth. Oh, sorry, not quite yet. They're getting things safe. They're getting things ready.
Is that duct tape next to Synthesis 30 there?
It might be gaffer's tape. Listen, it is what it is, but let's do the tail of the tape. Yahoo, captained by Chad New. He's from Parker, Colorado. It's a drum spinner. His debut was in July of 2021, and it's got a 0.75-inch weapon reach. That's right, because it's a drum.
Not much, just a little guy.
Not much.
Synthesis 30 by Corey Nason from North Providence, Rhode Island. It's a vertical spinner. His debut was in May of 2023. And a 7-inch weapon reach, over just about 10 times the reach of Yahoo. Do you think that's going to come into play in this fight?
I think it's going to come into play in this fight, absolutely. Now let's kick it over to our friends in the booth, Adam and Ricky. How you guys doing in there?
Wow. Can you talk about a difference in weapon size here? At least diameter. We'll see who has the winning strategy because it is quite a stark differential in size. What do you think is going to happen here, Ricky?
I'm really interested to see. A lot of this, surprisingly, is going to come down to weapon speed. If Yahoo can outspeed Synthesis 30, there's a chance they could get the bite first. If they don't do that, there's almost no chance.
You know, people say that, and I don't know if I totally agree. I think it comes down to weapon diameter, because I think no matter how fast that drum spins, it's just going to get whacked by that giant disc. I mean, imagine if it was a pencil.
It's a good question. It also depends on the feeds and speeds of Synthesis 30. Here's the thing that happens.
Because we really don't know. These things hit each other and they bounce around, and there's still no definitive answer, I don't think.
The trouble that makes it so hard to test quantifiably is there's so many factors before the fight begins.
Too many variables.
Too many variables.
But let's see how they all play out here.
I think the chances are Yahoo's going to get punted to the other side of the arena.
Wow!
Ate my own words.
I was completely wrong. Synthesis 30 going flying, and Yahoo.
And Synthesis 30, its belts are gone. Its weapon is down. Yahoo will be picking apart its opponent over the next couple of moments.
The belts are completely off. Synthesis 30 is not moving. There's the tap out.
Yahoo will be going up against Megatron in the finals tonight.
I don't know if I've ever been wrong faster.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm going to double down. I think Yahoo was able... Yeah, and here's the thing. It's a big disc, right?
Yeah.
So whatever tip speed Yahoo has, it's liable to get up to that speed a little bit faster than Synthesis. The bigger the disc is, usually the more energy that goes into it.
I certainly think Yahoo has a faster tip speed here with that small drum. You know, drum spins so fast. These big discs, they have a lot of momentum.
Look at the glass. That is a complete puncture of our inner layer. Remember, our arenas are double layered. It is completely normal to have punctures in the inner layer.
That's what the inner layer is for.
Exactly. However, that is still intimidating. We are going to have our safety crew go over and take a look and make sure that that hole is within spec. They may well replace that before the next fight begins.
Yeah. Is it totally through? Is it a chip?
It
Hard
sure
to tell.
looks from here like it's totally through, but it's so hard to pick up on camera.
You can see they're touching the outer layer, which it is not through. Quite a lot of energy in that fight. A shame we only got one real hit out of it.
Wow, look at that.
Woo. So you can see the outside layer there, completely untouched, but inside definitely pierced through. That's why we have 2 layers of glass with a nice air gap between them here at NHRL, so that you don't go all the way through, just a little bit.
Here, if you want to get a real technical bite, we're going to go in there. We're going to look not only at the whole side. Oh, there you go. We're going to look not only at the hole size, but interesting, there's no cracking. There doesn't appear to be any cracking around that hole. That is a much safer hole to have. Any cracking on that panel, any meaningful cracking, and that panel is either immediately replaced or we do something to remedy the crack. On the other hand, a hole like that, that looks pretty borderline to me. We'll get the measurement out. We'll make sure it's not too big.
Yeah.
But likelihood is that that's safe to continue competing with. There's a whole science that goes into it. Really interesting stuff.
And the outer panel, it's thicker than the inner panel.
Correct.
Yeah.
The inner panel is thinner because we replace it more often. It's there to protect the outer panel, which is more expensive, and you want to keep the outer panel nice and clear and crisp. So anyhow, we're going to go to the desk, and how are you guys doing? Thanks very much.
I'm so happy that you guys gave us that breakdown. I mean, no wonder those belts flew off. It dug all the way into that Lexan panel, that polycarbonate panel. That was absolute craziness. What a great matchup. Basically one and done. I mean, like, that was insane.
That hit was so mighty. Synthesis hit the floor, several walls, all in one go. I'm sure that robot flexed enough to the point where the belts just came off. That was intense.
All right, let's hit the replay right now and see that action again. You can see Corey angling for position, and then that shot right there sent them pummeling backwards.
Yeah,
the belts were gone. Look at this hit.
Backwards somersaults.
Up and boom.
Into
boom,
the kick
boom.
plate, up onto the Lexan.
Yeah, that was the end. I mean, it was a one and done impact fight. And the gyro really is kind of what did him in, landing kind of down on top of that weapon. It's probably what sent them careening backwards like that.
And after that, he knew it was over.
Absolute craziness. Corey Nason, wonderful run today.
Absolutely.
So proud of him. But yeah, no surprise, the veteran in Chad New moving on to face Megatron in the finals. Both bots already qualified for the World Championships.
This seems like a finals that has happened before.
Yeah, it's similar,
We
right?
both have been up there so many times.
It feels familiar.
Yeah. But
all right, so yeah, that's interesting. We're gonna go up to the pits in just a second. We're gonna see Jack from Hooligan. Jack, Mr.
What's up,
Sputnik,
guys?
how you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm qualified, so that's awesome.
Jack, you are qualified. You have quite the fight ahead of you, though. So, well, actually, no, you have quite the fight ahead of you. You have to face off against Blue Marlin in the next round. What's the strategy going up against that weapon?
So he's got a pretty huge weapon. I'm a little bit worried about how fast it's going to be spinning. But my biggest strategy right now is I have these forks on my robot, and he runs a pretty wide wedge on Blue Marlin. So as long as I can get these forks underneath him, I feel pretty confident about winning the one-on-ones and the direct hits. So that's my strategy right now, is hoping that those forks can get under him. The negative to that is the floor is beat up really bad right now. And if I get stuck because of how sharp these forks are, that could also be pretty upsetting. But I've been testing them in the test box. They work pretty good in that box, and that box also has a pretty bad floor.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel pretty confident in the forks. And if they can work, then I'm going to be getting some pretty big hits.
now, are you running any other sort of modifications for this fight besides the forks?
No, everything else is the same. Just the forks. That's the only real big thing for Blue Marlin. And I already had him on for Carmen. I was planning to use him against him. So I lucked out with Blue Marlin also needing him and being my next fight.
Yeah, that Carmen fight was tough in that it didn't happen at all.
Yeah, it's disappointing.
Yeah.
But that would have been a really fun upset to get.
Certainly saved you some repairs, though. Is there any sort of in-cage strat that you're going to bring to this fight?
No, I'm going to do the same thing I've been doing. Just try to get around him, get to the side, get to the back. And like I said, hope those forks work out for me.
That driving strategy has been so effective for you all day today. I've got a big question for you. You're qualified for the World Championships. What are you going to change about this robot going into that event? Do you have plans in your mind already that you're thinking about?
I have so many plans. I wasn't expecting to qualify today, so I wasn't expecting to really be going in December. And I've gotten a lot of damage today on both my robots, so I got to do a lot of machining and a lot of catching up for December.
Oh, wow.
But the robot itself, I'm going to keep mostly the same, but it's going to be the small details that I got to fix. Just little things, little adjustments, and just
well, good
small
luck.
Stuff.
We will be watching. Let's check in with Ricky and an update about that cage.
Yeah, so Ricky just got back. You just took a look at that. What happened?
Well, we had a pretty good size hole in our inner layer of the arena, and this does happen from time to time. And we have a specification for how large we allow that hole to become before it becomes a safety issue. We want to look for three things. One, that there's no cracking around the hole, because that can trigger the panel to continue to crack out from that area if it gets hit again. The other thing we want to make sure is that some projectile, a bolt or something that gets caught, isn't going to soar through that hole and hit the outer layer. And we need to make sure if that does happen, that piece that fits through the hole is going to be small enough that the outside layer can shrug it off. So we have a maximum size that hole is allowed to be. And we need to make sure that it is below that size so that all the math we do to make sure that the cage walls are able to contain the different weapons that we have holds up. We found out through measuring this that was about a 1/16 of an inch smaller than our maximum size in one dimension, and about 1/2 an inch smaller in the other dimension. So keeping in mind that we have a nice factor of safety. You know, we make that size smaller than we need to. We can be incredibly comfortable and incredibly confident that the arena remains safe throughout the rest of the event without having to immediately replace that panel.
Now, I noticed you drew a little bit of a marker around that hole. What's that for?
Well, there's two things. One, let's say we have another hole immediately next to that. We don't want to have to worry about checking again, you know, if we're going through things. But the other thing is, if that hole, like say that panel takes another big hit, we go and we look and we make sure that cracking hasn't started around that hole, because that can happen. That's a new weak spot for the panel, and it's just a reminder for us to go, look, make sure that the problem isn't getting worse, fight to fight, and then we can replace it, you know, kind of at our leisure before the next event.
Cool. Well, that was very informative. Let's toss it back to the desk.
Kyle, Ricky's pretty smart. I'm glad he's on our safety team. I'm glad he was able to get out of that booth and check out this hole and make sure it's good for everyone. But let's go to the 3-pounders. And let's meet the competitors.
Ladies and gentlemen, first up, it's going to be, that's right, Peter Garnache and Knuckle Sandwich!
Hey. With the chair pose.
That's right, it's Peter with the chair from the back. Peter Garnache, legend in the sport, Texas royalty. We are so happy to have him here at this event running this robot. It is his first time captaining a robot this year, and that's crazy to think about because he's been here so much and so pivotal in so many fights.
So many fights.
All right, so now let's meet our friends from South Orange, New Jersey. That's right, it's Beckett and Dimachaerus! This is a Drisk, beautifully driven by Beckett. This is a powerful machine. It's 5-3 over 2 events until it has gotten here today, where it qualified for the World Championship.
In 3-pounders, one of the toughest fields. There are so many 3-pounders that you have to beat to qualify.
Absolutely incredible. They have gone through a gauntlet today of amazing matchups. Knuckle Sandwich is what stands between them and a shot at the golden dumpster.
It's a pretty big thing to stand in their way, though.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, look at the armor package on that thing. First of all, love the 70s brown. Second of all, that's thick.
I've got some intel about that brown.
Yeah?
It's bread crust brown.
Wow.
Yeah, and the top is like bread flesh tan. But here's the tail of the tape, which mentions no flesh or bread. Dimachaerus, driven by Beckett, from South Orange, New Jersey, with dual vertical spinners, a record of 10-3 with 7 KOs.
And Knuckle Sandwich brought to you by Peter Garnache. He's from Greenville, Texas. That's right, it's a beater bar with a 9-1 record and 4 knockouts. So excited about this matchup. All right, let's go to our friends Ricky and Adam in the booth to call this fight.
Well, Kyle, you're not the only ones excited. I think Adam and I are on the edge of our seats here. These are two pretty darn heavy hitters, but they're also 2 robots that have consistently had entertaining fights through today.
And 2 robots with premier mini-bots here.
Yeah, Minibot science has evolved a lot over the last few years here at NHRL, and both of these are robots that, you know, are almost getting into multi-bot territory. It's not so much just a small add-on.
Yes.
This is a real factor in the fight.
They really are affecting things a lot.
5,
that ability to get
4,
extra control,
3,
extra leverage, and of
2,
course, when you go up against an opponent who has one, it completely changes the game. You can see both minis right off the bat going after the opponent. Main robot. Knuckle Sandwich took a couple hits early, and then Dimachaerus going flying.
Oh, wow, what a hit on the multi-bot for Dimachaerus.
Went flying. Oh, what's happening here? Dimachaerus not moving.
Not at all. That front is looking a little tweaked. But
they don't appear
it's
stuck
damage
to me, but are they going to request an unstick? I would think so.
I hear the countdown. Maybe they don't think an unstick matters.
That's
an interesting way to end a match this deep into the night.
I would have thought you'd at least try it. Wow.
Listen, sometimes when it's really obvious that your robot just truly isn't stuck, the only thing that's going to matter is whether or not you can move again. And if you can't move again, why drag out the process, potentially get hit more during an
That's
unstick?
true. You know, these house robots, Brad, not always the most controlled. It might crush you.
It can happen. It will. It has happened. It will happen again. The question is, do you want it to happen to you tonight?
An uncharacteristically short fight in the Beetleweight class. You know, these hitters, heavy hitters, tend to go back and forth a lot. This one, a little odd there. I wonder what it was that happened. Just kind of stopped.
It could be anything. It could be a hit from this fight. It could be a hit earlier.
Yeah.
Only now has caught up. The only way to know is go into it in the pits. But right now, top line story, winners and losers, Dimachaerus is heading home. They have qualified, but the winner,
Knuckle Sandwich.
Knuckle Sandwich. Yeah. Back to the desk.
All right, so I have a conspiracy theory about that. I really just think Peter Garnache put a back door in these Peter Bar kits where he knows where to hit it to not turn it off. That's my theory. It's, you know, I got to get a tinfoil hat out for it to, you know, it really be a viable theory, but it's what I'm sticking to. It's what I think happened.
I think that he hit him hard enough to rattle something loose, and that was it. No backdoor switches, none of that.
All right, let's go to some replay action. We'll see if my conspiracy theory rings true. Beckett doing a phenomenal job at the beginning of this matchup, but then once the side impacts, those angled impacts started getting to Dimachaerus, it was over. I mean, those shots were vicious, and you could see the functionality just drifting away from them as that time went on. Amazing job by Peter Garnache.
That fight was a sprint. It was quick.
It was quick. It was over fast, over much quicker than we see most 3-pound fights. That bodes very well for him going forward. Really, really good
Yeah,
matchup.
the less repairs you have to do prior to the finals, in a better position you're going to be.
So Peter Garnache, that's right, he is qualified for the World Championships, but also he has now got a chance at a golden dumpster.
That's exciting.
It is an absolutely amazing performance. He's celebrating now. It's funny because right after that matchup, he was still sitting in his chair just like, oh yeah, I won. That was cool.
Yeah, pretty nonchalant in victory on that one.
Exactly. I love the fact that the man literally comes to the arena with a chair. It's one of my favorite things about him. It just seems so casual. It seems so fun. Like he's just here to have a nice time. He's not taking this too seriously. All right, so let's meet our next competitors. First up, that's right, Julian Papazian and Mako. This is the Sawbot of your dreams, ladies and gentlemen. Julian is out here. He is ready to chop through the competition. But today, oh my goodness, does Julian have a challenge to chop through. It may as well be a solid block of titanium. It's gonna be a crazy matchup. I am so excited. There's Julian and his sister Dima. She is ready to aid with that mini-bot, but let's meet their opponent. The legendary Jameson Go and Silent Spring!
More golden dumpsters than any other builder. Fought and won the very first ever NHRL tournament. And here he is today with 2 more dumpsters on the line. 2 more that he could pick up.
By the way, if he wins in this weight class today, that is 8 golden dumpsters just for Silent Spring. One of his 3 robots that he competes with at this event. How crazy is that? Let's look at the tail of the tape. So over on the Mako side, we see Julian Papazian. He's from Old Lyme, Connecticut. This is a hammer saw. No, it's not. It's just a saw. And it's 16 and 5. With 7 knockouts for a saw, that's insane.
Huge. All right, on the other side, we've got Silent Spring from Jameson Go out of Cambridge, Massachusetts. It's an undercutter in this one with an amazing record of 70 and 13 with 40 KOs.
Oh my goodness, that's absolute insanity. Okay, so let's go to Adam and Ricky in the booth to call this ridiculous matchup.
Oh boy.
the story here, you know, Julian here with Mako has done something that I thought was impossible. You know, Jameson Go used to build a lot of saw robots, and he pioneered the hammer saw, the transition to a kinetic energy impact weapon from a purely cutting weapon. And Julian with Mako has brought back the cutting saw, and it's extremely competitive. And now he's going up against the man who kind of made them outdated.
In a way, Julian is succeeding in a place where Jameson was never able to.
Yeah, Jameson.
He tried for years to get the saw to work.
Yeah.
So this is really an interesting match.
Robots, fight.
Oh, big hit. Now, Julian does not have a lot of good spots to hit on top of some. Wow, look at that.
Oh,
look at that.
No.
Oh, those hits are incredible.
That
look
weapon
at the
is
depth.
working now. Was that smoke?
Look at the depth
What
in those hits.
What is stuck under Silent Spring?
I think it's a piece of either Silent Spring or the mini-bot of Mako.
Mako has lost a wheel guard off of the side of the wedge half.
That is a good eye, Adam.
That could be
you may be right. If I was Mako, I would be slicing and dicing right now.
Mako, I don't know if they want to disturb the situation.
That's a good point. Wow.
Now this is an attempt by Brad to unstick. If it fails, it's not guaranteed to work. Silent Spring would be counted out here.
I think Mako, yes,
there's
Mako
the tap out.
will be headed to the finals tonight. What an upset. What a story arc. Mako succeeding in ways that we have never before seen from a saw blade robot.
Silent Spring has 70 wins.
70.
7-0.
7-0. And not, let me point this out, not 71.
Not 71. Mako made sure of that.
Wow, what a match. What a turn of fate. Congratulations to Julian. Incredible.
Incredible fight. It's great to see Mako working.
I gotta know what's going on the underside of Silent Spring. What was it that caused that? What's caught under there?
There it is.
There it is. It's a big old chunk of the mini-bot of Mako just got sucked in, got ingested.
Now, that's not like a purposeful entanglement. It's not intended. That's not like a cable or something. That's just a freak of robot combat.
Them's the dice, as we say. That's the way that goes. That has to be.
It is jammed in there.
There it is.
There it goes. And Silent Spring back to 100%, but unfortunately unable to make that happen in the fight. Jameson's going to be disappointed with that, but he still has a chance to take home a golden dumpster tonight in the 30-pound class. And Mako is going on to the finals here and has a chance to take home a golden dumpster
Bravo.
in the 3-pounders.
That is incredible. Look at Jameson signing autographs, taking the time. Let's go back to the desk.
All right, so we are about to do a replay, but I just have to point out Dima Papazian coming in clutch in that matchup for her brother. That was insane. I cannot believe that was the outcome of that match. Mako, truly the Sawbot of our dreams.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
I have to see the replay. Let's check him out. Okay, Mako was responsible for the first engagement, but let's see if we can point out where that wheel guard from the mini-bot went into Silent Spring's weapon.
Yeah, everything seems still intact now. And then, yes,
Was it
right there. That
Wow.
was the moment.
It was instantaneous, too.
Yeah, it went over the top of the mini-bot and just got sucked in. That was crazy.
Couple good slits from Mako, but it didn't look like he was able to go into Silent Spring. I wonder if some of the damage from before was still there, but
let's go to Lindsay, cage side. Lindsay, what's the story?
Thank you, Kyle. I am here with Julian and Dima after a monumental win against one of the pioneers of overhead hammer attacks. Tell me how you felt going into this, how you feel now.
very scared going in. I am shocked that Mako is in one piece, and it means the world to me to beat JMO. He is the GOAT, and he is such a great person too. It means so much to get a win over him. It's no words.
It means the world to me to just be able to tee people up for Julian as best I can with the mini. It's my favorite thing in the world.
I love that. I feel so much joy. This is one of my favorite bot designs that I have seen. I am so excited for your future in this sport. And now you're going to the finals, not only the World Championships, but now you have a chance at the dumpster. What is your plan?
I don't know. I'm going to put forks back on this thing and try to cut them in half. Let's spin the saw real fast and hit them with it.
You've had remarkable luck, remarkable success getting that hammer and just making your mark. It's not just for show, you're doing real damage. I love to see it. Any last words?
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom. Hi, everybody. Let's win.
Yeah, let's win.
Hi, Mom. Let's win.
All right, something that I just noticed looking back in the bracket. In the quarterfinals, Turbo Fiend was, in fact, eliminated by Knuckle Sandwich.
Oh.
Will Mako be able to get a little bit of retribution for their sister bot and their sister Dima? That is a incredible story. Knuckle
Family
Sandwich
revenge arc.
and Mako are going to be your finals in the 3-pound division. I cannot wait.
It's going to be a good one.
For that fight. That is going to be absolutely insane. I cannot wait.
Maybe that... Okay, I was trying to make a sliced bread joke, but I couldn't pull it together, so...
We'll have plenty of time to think of those.
I'll workshop it.
Yeah, let's workshop that before we do. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible 3-pound division it has been today. All of the bots that made it into the quarterfinals were not qualified for the World Championship when we got here. We now have 4 new bots qualified for the World Championships. I am so happy with how this is shook out. And by the way, who had Knuckle Sandwich and Mako on their bingo cards for the Golden Dumpster final tonight? Like,
yeah,
that's absurd.
But Kyle, it's time for the 12-pounders. Let's meet our next competitors, starting with Creature.
Creature coming in. This is a control bot making it to the semi-finals in the hard-hitting 12-pound bracket, and they've got a darn good chance. Just the geometry alone in this fight really favors them. I cannot wait to see.
Yep, that front armor is thick and angled and good at deflecting horizontals and vertical hits. They've got a lifter on there. It can lift, but I think it's all about that armor package.
Absolutely. Matt Nolan's driving is no slouch either. He is absolutely fantastic behind the sticks. This is going to be a knockdown, drag-out matchup. All right, let's meet their opponent. That's right, it's the birthday boy himself, Liam King and Buzzkill! That is a sash worthy of a 2-bot qualifying birthday boy. Look at this guy. I am so proud of Liam King. What a day for him.
Me too. And Buzzkill is just good. It's smooth, it delivers hits well, it takes them well, and it's driven well.
Absolutely. I mean, we would have called him an up-and-comer at the beginning of this season. I think it is full on. He has arrived now at this point. This is Liam King qualifying 2 bots in the same weight class. 2 completely different types, by the way. Let's go ahead and check out the tale of the tape between these 2 bots.
All right. From Phoenix, Arizona, it's Matt Nolan's Creature. It is a lifter bot with a 12-mile-per-hour drive speed and a 4.5-inch weapon reach.
They're going up against Buzzkill and Liam King from California, Maryland. It's an undercutter. It drives at 15 miles per hour. That is so fast in this box. And by the way, it's got a 3-inch weapon reach, but that weapon spins so fast and it's so hard. All right.
It's not in this tail of the tape, but Buzzkill also has the mini-bot. I think that might be a factor in this fight.
Absolutely, that's going to be a factor in this fight. There you see Liam. He is so ready to go. Now let's go to a fellow Marylander in the booth, in Ricky.
Yeah.
He's there with Adam to call this fight.
Thank you, Kyle. I can't say that I'm completely impartial here. I do love seeing a Maryland flag, a Maryland Pride robot, University of Maryland student, but let's be honest here, these are both really impressive robots. Creature has every chance in the world to take this home.
Yeah, and if I was going by risk game, I like that teal moon swatch that Liam's got on, so I'd have to root for him just for that.
Yeah, it's a swag in a manner of speaking. Away we go. Creature deflecting that big hit from the undercutter on Buzzkill.
Creature lifting its arm, keeping it as much as it can out of the way of the damage here, and it'll bring it down when it thinks it's slowed down the weapon on Buzzkill.
Really interesting choice by Buzzkill. They started with their weapon against the floor. They can drive inverted. A lot of times an undercutter going up against a wedge will drive inverted to try and hit a little higher on the arm of their opponent.
Try and hop up there and hit the arm. The arm does look maybe a little bit bent. I don't know if it was taking some hits. It's a it's a plastic arm there. It's meant to kind of flex instead of break.
I have to jump in here again. It is incredible how quiet Buzzkill is. For a robot with Buzz in the name, this could be operating next to you and you wouldn't know it until you were dead.
Yeah. Silent kill.
Yeah, absolutely. So
now,
far,
where did that mini-bot go?
That's a great question. I don't see it in the ring.
And there's that pin from Creature, getting in there, holding it. This is going to count for control. They're going to back up, and it might even be that, Buzzkill a little stuck, but they let him free.
That's a sportsman-like maneuver. They would have gotten free with an unstick on the wow!
Woo! Now, I don't know if they requested one, which means that Buzzkill would still have one in the bag if they do still need it.
Oh, no! Almost decapitated.
Now, there's two plastic pieces holding that arm on, and one of them is sliced clear through.
I think it has about half of the two arms remaining.
It's kind of funny watching it wobble.
If that were to go, that could be the end of the match.
That would be quite difficult to come back from. They're going to have a hard time coming back from that even still, but...
Oh, that is a chunk of metal taken off of...
That's, again, the right side of Creature shedding panels. Now the right side of the drive completely exposed.
We've seen this from Creature before. Those welds are the weak point in that shielding superstructure.
It's holding up well enough to send Buzzkill flying time after time, but it is taking damage.
And remember, every time one of those pieces gets taken off, it's revealing more vulnerability. Each progressive hit will be worse than the last.
Buzzkill take advantage and take out one of those now exposed wheels? That would turn this fight with 18 seconds left. Creature has decent control here.
So far, there's a good argument for either robot. This will be going to the judges. Let's see if the last moments have some big damage.
Now, the downside of holding your weapon up like that, you're not going to get a lot of aggression just coming in with the wedge and not using your weapon. We'll see how the judges are going to judge that.
Very interesting fight, Adam.
What do you think?
Buzzkill warmed down. Personally, given the damage, given the lack of aggression coming off of Creature, I would give it to Buzzkill, but it would be a close decision for me. Where do you land?
I mean, I think I agree. Buzzkill was coming in. They were circling. They were trying to get the hit. They were trying to be aggressive. And it almost looked like, at times, Creature was running away a little bit.
Yeah, there was an aspect of that.
And when they would go in, they'd go in leading with the wedge. They didn't use their weapon that much in the fight. They did get one nice pin right up against the wall. But... you know, you're seeing pieces ripped off. You're seeing that arm bent. That's definitely a functional hindrance there. That's decent damage against Creature. Creature still works, but that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, and
on the weapon.
it's such a fine line to walk between being smart and then being shy.
Yeah.
You can't run away from your opponent. You just can't. It will hurt you in the judge's decision. It will hurt you in strategy.
And you got to be perfect.
Yeah, truly. We're going to head back to the desk and hear their take on things.
That was an absolutely incredible matchup. Wonderful driving by both of those teams. I got to say, the attrition damage, though, you know, the guy at the end of the fight looks like he lost the fight. He might have lost the fight. In the meantime, though, let's go up to the pits where we have Peter Garnache standing by.
Hey, Peter, how you doing up there?
Hey, guys,
having
I'm
a pretty
doing
good
great.
day today, I can see.
Yeah, it's been crazy. It's been fight after fight. I've done multiple stints of 3 fights in like 15 minutes, and it's just been crazy to keep making it and to be where I am in the bracket.
So what's your fight count for today so far?
Oh, I haven't even counted. You know,
man.
I've been so busy. Last time with the little mini bots, I didn't have to fix them, so I had a lot of spare time. But this time, all of the robots I've been with have just been taking beatings. I mean, the event here is brutal.
What sort of damage did you take in that last fight?
I mean, Knuckle sandwich the entire event. I mean, I've run this frame the entire event. You can see I got a scuff here. I got a scuff there. My beater's bent up a little. One of them split the beater, but last match I just a couple of little scrapes. It wasn't really anything.
Yeah.
Tell me about Knuckle Sandwich. When did you build this bot, and what made you decide to run it for this tournament?
So Knuckle Sandwich is my fiance's robot. She says she has a saying, if she makes it into the box with her robot and it's cute, then she's won, whether she wins or lose. So her first robot was a pink heart, and now the beetle that she took to January is a bread-shaped beater bar. And so I was going into this event, and I took a robot for a friend to January and really wasn't feeling it, and I haven't had a beetle of my own that I've loved. So I took her robot. I did a full redesign and brought it myself.
I love it. It's a beautiful robot. What's going to happen if it becomes sliced bread? Is that going to affect your future marriage plans?
Oh, I don't think so. I hope not. She knows that I'll fix it up.
Anything in store for Mako? Any sort of additional top armor, bottom armor?
Yeah, I got some 4mm high-speed steel blinks that really shouldn't be able to get cut through. So I'm going to slap those on the top of this guy and really just drive it and see what I can do.
Yeah, well, good luck, Peter. We will be watching. Thank you for coming up all the way from Texas, and good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we have a judge's decision appearing on the screen right now. And that is a unanimous decision for Liam King and Buzzkill. Happy birthday, Liam King. Absolutely incredible. So that means Liam King not only qualifies for the World Championships with a second robot, but also now has a chance at the Golden Dumpster. Absolutely incredible. Wow. Isn't that his second chance? That's right. Okay. So Liam King, what a year. 2 different teams, 2 different robots, making it all the way to the finals right here in September. I'm blown away.
Yeah, but Kyle, in front of him, it's either Blue Marlin or Hooligan.
That is correct. So let's go ahead and meet our semifinalists right now, starting with Bob Bellinson and Blue Marlin. Bob is ready to go. They love fish. They love them. Who doesn't? Bob is an absolute powerhouse of a builder and a driver. This is the second time he's brought it back for an actual tournament here, not a special event. And guess what? It is a dominant machine.
Well, they will have to beat.
That's right. They are going to have to beat
Hooligan.
Bring it on out, Hooligan! Jack Spodnik from Fort Worth, Texas. Gator Robotics, this is an incredible machine. It qualified for the championships back in January of 2023. It is qualified again today. Let's look at that tail of the tape.
We've got Blue Marlin, that's Bob Bellison from Port St. Lucie, Florida. It's a vertical spinner with a tip speed of 160 miles per hour and a reach of, and a weapon weight of 1.5 pounds.
And over on the other side, you have Hooligan by Jack Zapotnik. This is from Fort Worth, Texas. It is a beater bar spinning at 250 miles per hour, and it's 3.2 pounds. An absolutely absurd weapon weight on that beater bar spinner.
Faster, heavier, more force.
You know, that is so true. We've been talking about the size of Blue Marlin's weapon all day, but that's just the diameter. That is going to be an insane fight.
All right, we're in the cage. Let's go to the play-by-play booth with Adam and Ricky.
Whew. You know, I'm seeing a lot of chatter in the YouTube chat that Hooligan might be the greatest of all time.
Wow,
Yeah.
that is quite a statement in a building populated with so many greatests of all times.
People are very excited for this fight. And Blue Marlin, no slouch coming into this.
No, Blue Marlin absolutely, I mean, it's already qualified. It's already got a golden dumpster. It came into this a winner. It's going to leave a winner. You cannot underestimate it.
Complete domination in its last fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? I believe we're already up to our limit, though, of Blue Marlins in the championship. And we got to throw them back from here on out.
Yeah, we hit our quota.
Yeah, exactly. It's state laws, all that sort of thing.
Different
right
license.
Now, we're going for that golden dumpster. We're going for that $1,000,
Catch
and we're
and
going
release.
for the glory that
5,
comes along with it.
4, 3, 2.
This is going to be good.
Fight, robots,
Two
fight.
powerful, durable verts going up against each other.
The sound that comes off Hooligan is beautiful. Interesting that the weapon on Blue Marlin.
Something is spun down. Was it on purpose? Was it everything?
No, it was not on purpose. That is lipo smoke coming off of Blue Marlin.
I'm not seeing either weapon work here.
No.
Marlin made more smoke.
Oh,
but
and now Hooligan's smoking. Both of these robots have fried something in their weapon systems.
30 seconds in, and we got a control battle. And one of these robots has longer, bigger wedgelets than the other.
You know, even as a control battle, this is an interesting matchup. We can use our golf voices now. You can take a look at Blue Marlin. It's got this wide stance. It can approach and completely hug the opponent. At the same time, Hooligan has wedgelets. They have forks that will let them get under Blue Marlin. I do kind of love the calming sounds.
Yeah, it's like a ASMR almost.
Yeah, someone needs to listen. How sultry can we make this? Today in Battle Box, we have
Blue Marlin here, being conservative in its approach. Hooligan trying to find the right angle as a bearing or something goes rolling around.
As wide robots, either of these robots can just get tweaked a little bit and kind of spin wildly around to the side.
Hooligan,
that is a
there.
nice.
That is a big slam, and the judges are going to remember this.
Yeah, I'm going to remember this. That is a huge moment in a control match like this. And again,
that's what people remember. If you slowly shove your opponent across for half the fight, whatever, but you get a few of those wall slams in, it sticks with you. And these are the kind of sort of intangible elements of judging and fighting that you have to take into account. Now that's not good.
No, these floors really do get torn up. Oh man.
That's a big flip by Blue Marlin there. Really turning this with 50 seconds left, getting a pin.
Wow, that is a great pin. Really going to show them off. We'll see how much they can make of it. I'm sure they'll take every last moment.
Yeah.
They do.
On my head scorecard, you know, this is, Blue Marlin was coming back into the lead, and then Hooligan got a little flip there too. So very even right now with both robots losing their weapon on like the same hit, now just kind of shoving each other around.
Yeah, just remember, Adam, it only takes a moment for one of these robots to get stuck in a bad position, and it's over.
Another full-length shove there by Hooligan, but Blue Marlin able to get out of the way before the wall slam.
This fight is going to be going to the judges. Both robots doing an excellent job of precision driving.
Who's going to leave a message here with 3 seconds left? Nobody.
Yes, the answer is nobody, but not for lack of trying. They both went out, I won't quite say swinging, but, you know,
It's tough when you're going into a fight. You're thinking you're gonna have this powerful weapon, this gyro, going against someone else. Also dealing with that, you see the weapon spin up there on Hooligan at the end. That's interesting. That could change a lot of the scoring with it still being operational.
Boy, Adam, that was a blink and you miss it moment, and then it comes back again. Why weren't they doing that through the fight? What?
It's definitely not full operation, right? They're not going to get full points for being fully functional, but showing that at the end is probably going to swing damage in their favor.
I would think so, because drive-wise, they are in the same spot. What a curveball. Let's go back to the desk, see what they have to say about it.
Whew. Yeah. I've seen worse shoving matches. There have been less exciting shoving matches for sure.
No, yeah, 2 really good drivers putting on a really good driving match. I mean, that was fine.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that, actually.
The robots were fast. There was maneuvering.
In the meantime, we have major news up in the pits. Chris, what do you have for us?
Hey guys, I'm standing here with Jameson Go in front of what looks like an absolutely unscathed Megatron. What an awesome day and performance that we've seen. You actually stopped the hurricane that came across the Atlantic all the way from the UK. Tell us a little bit about how your day went so far, JMO.
Well, about the hurricane thing, I'm actually, things he didn't know about is I'm Floridian, and so we deal with hurricanes all the time. I know how to prepare for one.
So now you are, again, qualified for the World Championships with Silent Spring, Megatron, and Psycho. Each of the weight classes, you're going to be present again at the World Championships. You got a lot probably on your mind between now and then. But we're looking at a relatively new Megatron. Tell me about something new that you've introduced into this season.
That's right. This Megatron that we saw today is completely brand new. Literally everything. The chassis is brand new. The drive motors are brand new. Our new architecture. I'm trying to use the hub motor, something that I saw was working pretty well in April, I thought, and incorporating additional changes to benefit everything that the hub motor could bring. So under the hood here, what you don't see is that there's a roughly 1.6 pound flywheel that spins at 70,000 RPMs that balances out the gyro generated by the hub motor right here that is designed at a maximum tip speed of course, the safe 300 miles an hour limit. So to have that much speed to balance out the angular momentum of the flywheel, so I can drive at a more dangerous cruising speed and deliver hits instead of waiting for the charge up. Now, it's been challenging, definitely. So I almost didn't bring this, honestly. Working really hard for the past 2-3 weeks, almost didn't get it done. And I actually brought the old Megatron in case, I'm not going to get it. But when I actually drove it for the first time in the NHRL test box, I fell in love with the drivetrain and said, I need to make this work somehow.
But with any new designs, some things might go awry. So from my understanding, you have a bit of news for us.
Yeah, so this being a brand new robot and learning a lot of things throughout the day, I don't really want to damage it when it's not at 100%. So things which I talked about which are not working anymore. The flywheel I broke on Friday, turning it up to 70,000 RPMs for the very first time. So the flywheel is dead. It's just dead weight in there. The hub motor, I gave one nice hit to Hurricane, our very first match, and there was a big fire, and I never really recovered from that either. So right now I have a weaponless, except for the arm, Megatron, which I've been using as a driving strat for all of the Prime Time. And so when you come across an opponent like Yahoo, which is working 100%, you have to ask yourself, do I want to mess up the machine now? Do I want to fix these problems? And the answer to that I decided is no, I do not. I do not want to fight.
So to make it official, Megatron is withdrawing. You're forfeiting. That means that Yahoo is going to be our 30-pound champion here in September.
That's right. I'm forfeiting the finals match. I'm going to preserve this. If I fight this, I will come out in many more pieces and many damaged parts. So I don't want to risk that. And congratulations to Chad and his team. You know, he's obviously won so many fights today, and he totally deserves it.
JMO, it must be an incredibly difficult decision. It's been awesome watching you both with Megatron and Silent Spring. Seeing you interact with kids in the stands is like, it's really something awesome. And, you know, you are one of, you know, the true characters in this sport that I think really encapsulates everything. And I'm sure that Chad is going to be ecstatic that he doesn't have to face a Megatron. But we're definitely going to be seeing you 3 times in the World Championships in December. So thank you so much. We're going to go back to you guys.
Didn't see that one coming.
I never saw that one coming. I thought I'm running the other chassis, or not that.
Yeah, I was not spinning my weapon the whole tournament, so I'm gonna be doing it in the finals here.
No, that is insane. So let's go to Lindsay with our champions.
Thank you so much, Kyle. Chad, you have qualified Yahoo now 5 years in a row. You and Pete are here all the way from Colorado. What is your reaction to this shocking news?
I mean, it definitely is shocking. Jameson's a top-level competitor, but at the end of the day, fear and intimidation. Jameson didn't want none of this. I'm just kidding. Jameson's an awesome guy. There was comments about stinky old guys, and he didn't want to stand next to us. But, you know, it's a little bit of an asterisk. I much rather would have fought Jameson. But thanks to my team and everybody that makes this possible, you guys, NHRL, we're so happy to be here and happy to take home the Golden Dumpster.
Now, can you take me a little bit through your day? You had a lot of very destructive matches on kind of both ends. How did you feel about your performance?
A solid C-. We've been preparing so much for the events this year. Our goal this year was to not be prepared. Minimal effort. It actually worked out. We had a real slow start. Warhard obliterated us. The second fight, the drum didn't work. And then we started to get some traction, and Corey gave us a great fight. So did Kevin. Thanks to those guys for the great time. But, you know, we got our feet underneath us and came away with a win, believe it or not.
Well, Chad, I have one last thing to say to you. Congratulations. This is yours. You earned it. Way to go.
Wow. Congratulations to Chad and team. That is incredible. Your 30-pound Golden Dumpster winner for the September NHRL, Chad New and Yahoo. Incredible.
I think Chad said it well. You know, it's a little bit of an asterisk. He's happy to take the win, but he wanted to fight Jameson. He wanted to put Yahoo to the test. But
all right, well, now we have a little bit more business to get to. It is a judge's decision who is going to go to the finals of the 12-pound division. Blue Marlin and Hooligan, the pushing match. Unanimous decision for Hooligan. Absolutely incredible. So they will be moving on to face Buzzkill in the 12-pound final. I am blown away. This is going to be an amazing matchup. If they can get that weapon up and working, that is going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight.
Absolutely, and that's a big if they can get that weapon up and working. I don't think Buzzkill stopped spinning in its entire fight, so I'm pretty sure they're doing well.
They're going to be just fine. That's right, Jack Spotnik's got some work to be doing up in those pits right now. But yeah, they're going to face against the birthday boy.
And he's got birthday energy on his side. He's got birthday wishes fueling him.
Is that how that works?
I'm pretty sure that's what happens when people wish you a happy birthday. You get fueled up.
I thought it was lithium polymer batteries. But in the meantime, let's check out our sponsor and go to the trailer for Transformers 1.
So, how long do you think we'll be here? I'm not talking to you.
You know what? We are so screwed.
Thought you weren't talking to me.
You two, come with me. Report to Waste Management.
Hi there, I'm B127. I'm actually working on some nicknames. The one I'm floating right now is Badassatron, which is actually pronounced Badassatron.
We're gonna call you B.
I know we're just lowly worker bots who can't even transform. Don't you want to see what's out there?
There's a reason no one goes to the surface. It's dangerous.
Why'd you bring jetpacks?
If we survive this, I'm gonna kill you!
I accept those terms.
The surface.
It's beautiful.
You have proven yourself worthy. Take these and access your full potential.
It's time to show them we are more than meets the eye.
We can transform now.
On 3, 1.
It's working! Where's my head? How do we use these things? Oh, okay, wheels! I need wheels!
Guys, that's not good.
We've got these powers for a reason. Let's use them.
We stand here together as one.
Whoa! I got a battle mask! It appeared with this guy. Knife hands? I have knife hands!
I can see that. B, these are not the bad guys.
Why did you cut the door?
What? No, it was already like that. Right?
Yes, that's right. Yes. It was. Yeah, it was already like. Yeah, that's right.
Are you gonna take your kids to this one?
I don't know. It might not be child appropriate.
Yeah,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's going to be perfectly child appropriate. I cannot wait to take that movie. We are big Transformers fans at my house. Big old bin of Transformers in my son's room that we play with all the time. They're good toys. You get the action figure side of them as well as the kind of like crafting side of them because it is kind of challenging to transform them, believe it or not. So you do really have to put a lot of thought and effort into it. My son loves to master the transformations and get really fast at it so he can do it kind of mid-play. I'm not that good.
Yeah, I thought it just made good economic sense. You know, you buy one toy, but it's actually two because it's a robot and a car.
That is true, and really, like, if you're a Transformers toy fan, you are looking for the the bot that does the best at both, right? Being a robot as well as being a like the object that it's supposed to be, the car, the jet, or the whatever. Yeah. It's so funny because my brother-in-law is a huge Transformers fan, and he talks about the quality of the Transformer, like itself, the toy. One of the things he complains about is when they have a big backpack. Because if you design them in a poor way, when they transform, they have a big backpack instead of, right? And that's the crutch that you would use with some of the like lesser toys.
Do you think people file down the like joints on their Transformers like they do with Rubik's Cubes?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
You know it.
Yes. I know that there are people that do that. Absolutely, yes. But they're cool. I mean, I love the toys. I think they're so smart.
Is there races? You know?
There are no Transformers races that I'm aware of, but that would be cool. That's an interesting idea.
New iSport.
Yeah, new iSport. I love that. Yes, so Transformers 1, September 20th. That's next weekend. Oh, wow. Go check it out.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. That's going to be a lot of fun. That is going to be a lot of fun. But in the meantime, today, we are down to the finals in all three of our weight classes. It has been an insane day, and it's only 10:25.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Not bad, not
so,
bad.
We've only, one of those finals is settled, you know?
Yeah.
Megatron forfeited to Yahoo, so Yahoo took it. And we can see that right here in the bracket.
So there you see your winner, Yahoo, but they've had a tough road to get here, going through Synthesis 30 and Red Storm. I mean, absolutely crazy day for them. Talk about turning it on at the end of the day. Rough start, but now they have made their way all the way to the finals and walking out with a golden dumpster against Jameson Go. Absolutely incredible.
It's not their first one either. I'm pretty sure they've got one, at least one other golden dumpster.
That is true, but in the meantime, let's tee up the 12-pound division. So this is one of the featured matches from today. This was Creature versus Buzzkill.
And this was a grindy fight. Buzzkill wasn't getting much purchase with its hits, but it was getting hit after hit. And slowly but surely, he was able to chip away at Creature, eventually making the lifter arm limp and taking off a few armor panels, enough so to take the judge's decision.
Yeah, really incredible performance today by Liam King and Buzzkill, taking Creature apart piece by piece and winning the driving match against a control bot. Not easy to do. They have earned their spot here in the final matchup. But on the bottom side, you have Hooligan, who had to go through Carmen via DQ and Blue Marlin to get here.
And on the top, Buzzkill, who took out Nightcrawler and Creature to get to the finals.
This is going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight, two very different design styles. Hooligan Jackpotnik, absolutely amazing bot. They have a fantastic chance today. Big, heavy weapon on that thing, and it's driven really well.
But let's check out the 3-pounders that we have left in this tournament. Here's a featured fight. First, we've got Mako and Silent Spring. This one was a fairly quick one, with Silent Spring eventually getting high-centered on the wheel guard of Mako's minibot. But Mako took a few slices into the Silent Spring top armor, but it was really that high centering from which Silent Spring could not get unstuck that made this match.
Nice to get those slices in. That had to be cathartic. I mean, absolutely incredible for Julian and his sister Dima. What a match for them. Definitely a lot of luck involved, but they would not have won that without the skills. So let's check out the 3-pound bracket. Mako had to go through Endpoint and Silent Spring to make it here.
And Knuckle Sandwich has had to defeat Turbo Fiend, the sister of Mako, as well as Dimachaerus, the New Jerseyan robot.
Absolutely. All the way from Texas, Knuckle Sandwich, Peter Garnache. Fantastic run today. And yeah, he's helped out a lot of friends along the way too by driving mini-bots for him.
Yeah, he says he didn't keep track, or maybe he lost count of all the fights that he was in today. He's a great driver, solid builder. I'm excited to see what he does in the finals. I'm excited to see how that top armor holds up, but it's time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for your 3-pound final. Let's meet our fighters, starting with Mako! Julian Papazian coming out with his sister Dima, ready for this knockdown, drag-out matchup.
Back to the forks from the wedge he was running for Silent Spring. Mako is looking solid. Multiple copies were brought of this spot, so you know he's on top of it.
And coming all the way from Texas, it is a bot that has been destroying its opponents all day. Peter Garnache and Knuckle Sandwich!
What's up, Discord? It's a chair, and we've got Peter Garnache sitting on it.
This is how he rolls. He brings his own chair. It's BYO chair for this guy every single fight. So excited about this matchup. That bread crust coloring is just so gorgeous on this bot, but will they walk out of here all sliced up and ready for the toaster?
I hope so.
Honestly, just for the jokes after the fact, yeah, I agree with you 100%. Yeah, 100%. Also,
I was just going to ask you the same thing.
Right?
Here's
All
the
right,
tail of the
so let's
tape.
check out the tail of the tape. We got Knuckle sandwiched by Peter Garnage from Greenville, Texas. This is a beater bar, and it is 10-1 with 5 knockouts.
And Mako is driven by Julian Papazian from Old Lyme, Connecticut. It's a saw, overhead saw. He's 17-5 with 8 KOs. And Kyle, do you cut your sandwiches diagonally or straight?
I don't cut my sandwiches, but I do cut sandwiches all the time, and the shape changes consistently for my kids. So
interesting.
Yeah. All right, so there we see our competitors are loaded in and ready to go. Let's go talk to Ricky and Adam, who are going to call this fight from the booth.
And boy, are we excited to do it. Mako and Knuckle Sandwich, I mean, I'm not going to try and hide it. Mako is a favorite of mine. Knuckle Sandwich, though, fierce competitor.
I like so much of Mako, but Peter was really starting to win me over with that chair entrance, the sit-down entrance. That was really nice.
There's a bit of panache there.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Almost a sultry usage of that chair at times.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough-fought match. I mean, these two bots, obviously, as the finalists, have been tearing through the competition all day. Looks like they're looking at something here on Mako. I don't know what is up there. It's not in the corner.
I think this is, well, assuming that the fight progresses the way we expect it to in a moment, I think this is going to be really interesting because the story with Knuckle Sandwich all day has been complete chaos. Every fight it's in, the segments bounce around like nobody's business. Mako very controlled all day.
Yeah,
except
usually.
not right this moment.
Right now, some odd twitching happening.
This could be any number of things, but it does appear we are going to put the safety lock. Yeah, we're putting the safety locks back on. We'll probably do a power cycle.
Gonna look to do something. That's, I'm hearing it's control issues, transmitter issues.
That's the kind of thing, you know, there's a setting on your transmitter called trim, right?
Yep.
And it sets the center position. It sets what it means for the robot to sit still in terms of the signal that it puts out to the rest of your electronics. And you can fine-tune that if you want.
Sometimes if you fine-tune it too much, it'll throw off the starting of the controller, so it's not going to start if you don't have a neutral signal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that could be the case. Whatever it is, it's not recreating the problem from a moment ago now that it's been turned off and turned on again. So hopefully it's at its full potential here.
Let's see if they do a little twitch chest or... there we go, thumbs up.
That is interesting that they didn't twitch it or move it or do anything after resetting it. Personally, I would have wanted to see it move. At least
we'll see soon enough.
Fight, robots.
Away it goes, or away it doesn't.
The weapon looks like it's going.
The drive is going at least a
intermittent.
Ooh. This is a pin from Mako.
Okay. Mako's moving now.
Oh, little bits and...
It's just stuck.
It is just stuck,
Knuckle Sandwich getting in a couple hits here. I don't think as many as they would have wanted to get in this type of situation. Mako having a real hard time self-righting.
Yeah, it should be able to do this a lot easier. I'm not really sure what its struggle is.
Yeah, it's this odd. Normally that arm has a lot of power behind it, able to go forward and backward, no problem. Looks like it's not extending all the way forward for some reason.
Wow, big hit, but it worked. It was effective. It's self-righting.
Yeah. I don't think Mako is in.
But Mako's driving better now.
It looks, again, it does look like some sort of trim issue. The servo on that arm is just not going all the way forward. Piece of the arena camera system, I think, is on the ground there.
The entire corner camera mount is
gone. This is so painful.
My God.
But the Mini trying to free their own robot, that might save them an unstick if they can.
I don't know that it's going to work. They're still stuck.
It's still stuck. Oh, boy. This is not the fight anyone expected.
You know, I was saying just a moment ago, this all day, Knuckle Sandwich has been all chaos all the time. And Again, we're saying, look at this. Brad is preventing the house bot from unsticking.
Oh, but there was an unstick.
There was an unstick.
Now, will Mako get the unstick?
So this is interesting.
There's
the larger
request.
part of Mako is been stuck for quite some time.
And here's the request for the unstick. The flip, I suppose. But now Brad's stuck on the other mini-bot. I don't think... Oh, no. I don't know if it's going to work here. Brad giving it their all.
This is...
Oh,
there it is. They're free. And now, whoa, what?
They're stuck again. Oh, this is painful. I don't know if there's something jammed in that arm or if the servo's just unable to get the signal. But it is so...
Look, Mako has stuck... If
Knuckle
it sticks
sandwich.
itself under the house bot, it won't be able to be reflipped.
Knuckle
And
sandwich
look at
taking
this, it's
advantage of the
attacking.
situation. Getting some good hits in.
The cooperation and chaos between the multi-segments is just bonkers in this
Is the
fight.
weapon down on Knuckle Sandwich now?
It is, and it has been for a good few months.
Look at that! Finally reaching forward.
Look at this. What is this fight? It's going to the judges. Complete chaos. I can't make heads or tails of this.
I was expecting a unique fight, not in that way.
Look at the look on Peter's face. He doesn't know what to make of that any more than what we know.
The weapon did spin up at the end.
Yeah, it is functioning.
Both weapons are spinning, and Mako now able to extend the arm all the way. I don't know what is going on with that arm. It's like really doesn't want to go all the way, but it does.
It does seem like a controller issue. It's hard to say for sure. But both robots drive, both robots can attack. Boy, this is, I don't want to say it's a close call, it's just there's so much to take in and to process.
It's such a unique situation that it feels hard to judge. I'm going to lean toward Knuckle Sandwich, but I would have thought that with a robot as disabled as Mako was, that Knuckle Sandwich would have been able to take more advantage of it.
And they absolutely didn't. And it's because of the multi-bot dynamic that happened here.
Really came into play, and not a ton of damage on Mako other than whatever was wrong with it at the start, but that's still gonna count.
Yeah, but it seems mostly results at the same time, so it's tough to say. We're gonna go back to the desk. Maybe they can make a little more heads and tails of this than us.
I have two things to say about that fight. First of all, the fact that the only thing knocked out in that fight was the corner camera mount bracket is insane. The other thing I have to say is end of bread knuckle sandwich.
The heel.
The heel of the bread knuckle sandwich might be my favorite version of knuckle sandwich. That goes to the judges.
Wow.
I cannot, that should have been over like 7 times.
Oh, that was so frustrating with Mako's hammer arm just not quite making it. It was spinning. It wanted to soften the top.
And then the self-right happens and then immediately gets undone. That was just devastating. I could not believe that. But by the way,
counter sticks.
Let's watch that replay, that pure insanity, guys. That was so much fun.
Chaos in here. Right off the bat, Knuckle Sandwich taking it to Mako. Minibots flying. There's some friendly fire going down. Oh, just a lot of chaos. Mako taking to the skies several times at the hands of Knuckle Sandwich. Able to self-right sometimes. Both robots were stuck at one point. There is the corner, just pulled right out of their arena. What a mess.
That was crazy. By the way, Dima once again coming in clutch for the family there. Wonderful mini-bot driving from both teams. That was insane. This one goes to the judges. I loved the performance from both of these bots, but man, that was a lot of time on their heads for the main robot.
Certainly.
So this just in.
Yeah.
We have a judge's decision. This is going to decide the winner of the Golden Dumpster for the 3-pound division. And your winner is Peter Garnache, Knuckle Sandwich!
A unanimous decision for Peter. Well earned, well fought throughout this whole tournament. Really impressive.
Absolutely impressive run for Peter Garnache today. Cannot complain about any of the fights that they were in today. That was just phenomenal. End of bread, heel of the bread, knuckle sandwich,
the bottom
pulling
of
it
the
out
bag.
at the win, the bottom of the bag, pulling out the win against Mako. I am so impressed. So yeah, that is the best thing since sliced bread, and that was incredible.
You know, I bet he knew this could happen. I bet he knew it might happen. Peter's confident, and it shows in the arena. It shows in his builds. I'm proud of the guy.
And he's gotten so much stick time in at NHRL, fight after fight, helping his friends out with the mini-bots and multi-bot configurations, and bringing it home today. But let's give it also to Julian and Dima Papazian.
Yeah.
What a run this year for them. In the meantime, let's go to Chris.
Peter Garnache and Knuckle Sandwich, you are the lone star here all the way from Texas in the 3-pound division. Congratulations. Tell us about the day. What did it take to get all the way through today's incredible field?
I mean, it was crazy. Just go rewatch any of the matches. I fought some of the hardest hitting robots I've ever seen before. I fought multiple robots that knocked out the other entries I was a part of, and I knocked them both out. And it's really crazy that this thing, that it's its first event out like this, and it made it all the way. I really just can't believe it.
You've built, obviously, a very resilient bot to get through that many bots to make it to the 3-pound dumpster championship for tonight here in September. Let me just, just give me a little bit of a taste of what is your design philosophy for making something that is like a brick.
So really, I just have a ton of TPU on the outside. It's really squishy. When you hit it, it doesn't do anything. And so I put a big weapon on the front, and I put the repeat drive on the inside, and it never gave up, and it just powered me to victory.
I got one more important question for you. What's the deal with the chair?
So the real answer is when I'm driving, sitting down means I don't have to worry about falling over.
Words to live by. Back to you guys at the desk.
My mind is blown.
All right, hear me out, hear me out. So Garnache wedding, right?
Yeah.
Don't know when it's scheduled for, but ring bearer comes out.
Okay.
Instead of the pillow, which is traditional,
Yeah.
it's a golden dumpster with the rings.
And while he says the vows,
he sits in the chair. Oh, okay. We're planning this wedding out right now. It's going to happen.
Yeah, we got you covered, Peter. Don't even worry about a thing. We'll take care of
a lot of Norwalk,
everything.
a lot of NHRL there. It's going to be beautiful. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. All right, back to you, Chris.
All right, Peter, I guess there's one last thing that you want to say before there's one last thing that I want to say.
Yeah, this dumpster goes out to my 4-month-old Leona and my fiance Destiny. Thank you guys for supporting me and letting me come out here. This is for you.
That is so awesome, Peter. And now there's just one last thing for me to do, and that is to hand you your 3-pound dumpster for September.
It is so cool to see a guy who's like, his personality on screen is so nonchalant, have that big of an emotional reaction, calling out his fiance and his daughter. I mean, that was
so sweet.
An incredible moment. Congratulations, Peter Garnache, Fiona, and Destiny. That's amazing.
Run.
What a great run today. Best thing since sliced bread.
He launched his mini-bot at a drone today.
He launched the mini-bot at a drone today. Absolutely. He has given us so many wonderful moments with that robot. Just what a performance, Peter Garnache. I'm blown away. Wow. What a 3-pound final. What a golden dumpster winner. Peter Garnache qualifies for the World Championship, so we will see him again in December.
2 months, December 7th.
That's
Not
exactly
that far
right.
away.
Not that far away. I am so impressed with him today. What an incredible machine. And what an incredible captain. That is an amazing day. All right, so we are down to the wire. We have one last Golden Dubster to hand out, one last final matchup today, 12-pound division. This is going to be an incredible fight. Two really top-notch competitors.
Really a classic matchup, you know, the horizontal and the vertical.
Absolutely. Speaking of a clash of titans, though, let's go to our commercial for our sponsor, Transformers One.
For thousands of years, we have been at war. But before, we were enemies. We were like brothers.
You ready?
Always ready. Let's punch in.
Hey, watch where you're going!
What did you say?
It's not like he can transform.
Hey, Darkwing! Don't. My finger can transform. Guess which one?
Allow me.
I appreciate you having my back.
No matter what.
What is that?
Sending location coordinates. Under attack!
It's an SOS message from the surface.
Fantastic.
It's time to show them we are more than meets the eye.
A cave with teeth. Nothing scary about that.
Holy Primus. I see strength in you. Take these and access your full potential.
We can transform now!
How do we use these things?
Come on!
My hand.
How you choose to use this power is up to you. We roll out.
What?
Louder.
Transform and roll out.
I want to help build a better world.
Like you said, we can be so much more.
Maybe it's just me, but he's different.
Yeah, no, I picked up on that.
I picked up on that too.
What happened to my best friend?
Burn it down! All of it!
We have to stop him.
We could have built the future together.
I don't think so.
Decepticons! Rise up! Incoming!
Come on!
Awesome!
That's what I'm talking about.
Now is the time for us to stand up. Together. As one.
Look, that's Starscream, and your Shockwave and Soundwave. Enough. Gosh, raise your hand if Wave is in your name. There's a lot of waves.
Transformers won, and we're down to one fight.
One fight to rule them all. That's right, 12-pound bracket. This has been one of the hardest hitting brackets of the day, but we are down to the final two. The big story of this one, I think it really has to come down to birthday boy Liam King.
I think so too.
Qualifying his second robot on his second team of the year, right? He's on the Leatherbacks now, started the year with Honey Cracked. Really impressive run for him, becoming one of the top names of the sport over the course of this season. Absolutely incredible. And guess what? His mom and dad are here to see this moment.
Oh,
how cool
special
is that?
You know.
All right, so let's go to the booth just to talk to our friends.
Hey.
Guys, how you doing today?
How's it going in that little room there?
I still feel like I'm in just some futuristic space age pod.
Yeah. Well, I kind of feel like I'm in a rave, but you know, in a good way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are you know. There's probably space age pod raves.
Yeah. I would hope.
Could be
I
the
mean,
same
if
thing.
not, what's the future for?
That's a great point. I hope so too, Ricky. And
Ricky, I have a question for you real quick.
Yeah, hit me.
You always wear multiple hats at these events, right?
Sure.
It is very common.
No hats today.
For you to be announcing. There have been events where Ricky has been announcing, fighting, right? Helping teammates and running safety So this has been the most fire-laden event.
By far.
By far that we have ever had. What was that like for you today, getting all of those fire bots qualified?
Not just the most fire robots, but I think the most new fire robots we've ever had. So a lot of support. Thankfully, the team today across all of NHRL, fantastic. We brought in some new help. Everybody pitched in. Other competitors pitched in to, be patient with the safety process and everything else, and to help other competitors work their way through. But it is a long, tiring day, and it's the excitement for these fights that, kind of keeps me going. But boy, let me tell you, when I get home, that pillow, I better watch out. I'm going to hit it hard.
When you close your eyes, is it just going to be butane canisters and explosions?
Well,
I mean,
it's funny, that's how I got the job. That's what it already was. It's
well,
just,
we do thank you for your service, because there was some great flames today.
Yeah, it looked good. I got it looked good.
It was good.
Yeah, on screen, absolutely amazing to look at. Some of the best fights that we've seen today.
Would you say the fights were fire?
I would say the fights were most definitely fire.
Definitely
yes.
a little flame emoji.
Oh, yeah. Little flaming heart emoji.
Some of the bots that you were able to qualify today coming in with flames for the first time really was Smee. As a flamethrower for the first time. That was really cool to see.
Yeah, a lot of bandwidth for him to get better, but still already pretty awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we are getting ready now for our 12-pound Golden Dumpster Final.
Yes.
I am so excited to bring you this fight. So, ladies and gentlemen, on his 21st birthday, two-time qualifier for the World Champions, it is Liam King and Buzzkill! Maryland represents. So proud of this young man, and so special that his parents can be here to share in this moment with him. Absolutely incredible. But here is his competitor from Fort Worth, Texas, and Gator Robotics. It is Jack Zapotnik and Hooligan! So excited to see this matchup. Two top-notch competitors, two amazing robots, completely different design philosophies, but a classic in combat robotics, the horizontal versus the vertical.
Classic archetypes, but here's the tale of the tape. We've got Buzzkill from Liam King out of California, Maryland. It's an undercutter with a 170-mile-per-hour spinning weapon and 3 inches of reach.
They're going up against Hooligan, driven by Jack Zapotnik from Fort Worth, Texas. This is a beater bar spinner, spinning at 250 miles per hour with an 1.5 inch reach. I am so excited for this matchup.
Speed and reach. Looks like Buzzkill has the reach. Hooligan's got the speed. But let's go to the booth.
All right, Adam and Ricky, let's take us home.
Horizontal versus vertical, a tale of as old as time. Who takes it home tonight?
You know, what we've seen from Buzzkill over and over again, my money's on them. It's not just a horizontal, it's an undercutter horizontal. It's a good geometry for going up against Hooligan. One wrong move and it's over, but at the same time, it could go any way.
Yeah, this is a match of durability and driving, and both robots pretty good tonight. You know,
5, 4,
I want to see some big hits.
3, 2,
I think we're going to see a lot of small blows and then a couple of really big ones. But we'll see.
That was pretty good.
It wasn't bad. Yeah, but that's kind of what I'm expecting. With that undercutter, it's going to slip under the weapon of Hooligan.
Hooligan getting the worst the first 2 engagements here as they dance around each other. The speed of Buzzkill really helping, but now they're upside down, and that's not great.
No, but it can self-right just using that gyro. You see that right there?
Very impressive. Listen to the sound of that drum.
Takes a lot of skill. The drive no longer working on the left side of Hooligan. That's a big deal. This is interesting. You can see Buzzkill circling
no.
clockwise. Oh, that's smoking.
I think they spun it up a little bit too hot.
That weapon is down. A drive side is
You
down.
can hear the crowd going wild here as Buzzkill looks to
Smoke
have this one.
pouring out.
Hooligan on. That is the bad kind of smoke.
That is the bad kind of smoke, ladies and gentlemen. This fight is not going to go to the judges. Your winner by knockout any moment is going to be Buzzkill. Liam is going to take home another birthday dumpster on his 21st circumference of the solar system.
Well, I'm happy I got to see some big hits. I think he's going to be happy to take home a golden dumpster as a birthday present.
All the way home to Maryland.
Wow.
You can hear the crowd is going nuts. Everyone feels this is a well-deserved win. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Listen, when you show up and your audience spontaneously bursts into song to honor your efforts, what a better way to ring in your 21st birthday.
That's a birthday to remember.
Truly. That has got to be emotional. Man, and look, the smoke's just wafting. This is a combination, it looks to be a combination of motor controller and light post smoke.
Just a lot of smoke pouring out of them. And, you know, it's one of those fights where they just weren't in it. Like, from the start, they were just on their back foot and, ooh.
Yeah, and it wasn't huge, impactful hits, but it was very targeted and very effective hits.
Yeah,
it didn't take a lot of kinetic energy to do them in.
You know, I think there were some weapon-to-weapon hits there, and those are going to send the shockwaves through the chassis. You've got all this TPU around the outside, but if you're hitting hardened steel to hardened steel, that doesn't matter. But let's throw it back to Des and hear what they have to say about this.
Imagine getting hit so hard that both kinds of smoke come out of your robot. That's awesome. Congratulations, Liam King. Let's watch this replay.
I'm glad we're watching this replay because I don't remember anything in this fight but the energy.
So the chaos hits there, but then it goes down to the classic strategy by Liam King, the circling of death, and then choosing the shot, going in and picking them apart until both types of smoke billow out. Just a beautiful display. And that's it. I mean, there had to be a count out after that, but that was the end of the fight.
Blew out
the motor controller, the battery, it's all gone inside of Hooligan. That was Liam King's fight from the moment get. Absolutely incredible. Let's go to Chris cage side.
So Liam, what do you want for your birthday?
I think I'd like a dumpster.
One dumpster, please. Liam, this is an incredible year for the whole honey-cracked ecosystem. It's awesome seeing some of the energy. Oh, wow. We got a hot bot coming through. All right, come on back. It's his birthday. Let's focus on Liam for a moment. The whole team is doing incredible. You guys have really shown your comeuppance this year. Tell me, what is going on behind the scenes?
Well, there's a lot going behind the scenes, and it's not all just me. To get here, I needed the help of all my friends, my family, my mentors who've been mentoring me for many, many years. The support of everybody in the community has just been amazing, and I just wanted to thank everybody for cheering me on. I also want to thank my parents, who I'm so glad were able to be here for their first Norwalk, and I won a dumpster, so that's pretty cool.
21st birthday, parents here for the first time, on a tear, taking a dumpster. That's a 21st birthday. Congratulations, Liam.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys at the desk.
Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy on his birthday. Just so special.
So well-deserved, so well-earned. Not many people can say they earn their birthday present, but Liam King earned that dumpster tonight. Absolutely incredible performance from him. I mean, you've qualified 2 bots in the same weight class for the World Championships, 2 completely different design types.
And by winning, by getting first.
By winning first, absolutely. And speaking of winning, let's go back to you, Chris, cage side.
Liam, I'm sorry, I didn't have time to wrap it, but happy birthday and congratulations, our 12-pound winner. Let's go!
All right, that was absolutely incredible.
Come on up, everybody.
Come on up here. Yeah. It is time to say goodbye.
Ricky,
come on up,
Chris,
Adam,
come on.
Ricky, Chris. This was absolutely an incredible show. Thank you all so much for joining us for today.
Lindsay, Ashley.
It has been a long day, but it has been
Liam.
so worth it. Incredible
Everyone on Honey
stories,
Crack, come on.
incredible fights. From all of us here
Everybody,
at NHRL,
come on,
we cannot thank you enough for being
Lars,
along
you
with
better
us
get
on
up
this
here.
journey.
Buffy, I see you. Who's out there?
There we go.
Anyone
thank you guys
with a jersey
so much.
on?
I am so happy to have been able to host this with you guys this evening. Ladies and gentlemen,
thank you so much for being here.
NHRL is where it's at.